All right, good evening, everyone. The time is now 7:01. Today is June 2nd, and we have our regular scheduled town council meeting. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. So we have a very wonderful treat for us this evening. We have our Spotlight on Schools. So I'd like to invite our Pierre Middle School Principal, Emily Chartier, up here to get us started. Welcome.
Good evening. I'm thrilled to be here to celebrate academic excellence in Narragansett and to speak about some of our students in 8th grade that are advancing to national competition for National History Day. So we are thrilled to have several of our exceptional students that have earned the honor of representing the town of Narragansett and Narragansett Peer School at the National History Day contest. They did this earlier this year in Warwick at the CCRI campus, and they're here with us this evening. This achievement reflects not only their individual dedication and scholarly ability, but also the quality of education and support they receive in our community. This year's National History Day theme was Rights and Responsibilities in History. The following students received honorable mentions at the Rhode Island State competition in April. So when you hear your name, please come up and stand. Sloan and Vivian Turner for their excellent work on the Truman Doctrine. Emily Dyer for her insightful project on the Department of Homeland Security. Advancing to the national level are Olivia Saravo, Callie Pugh, and Taylor Sullivan for their outstanding research on the 19th Amendment. Julia Colombo and Camilla Capaldi for their comprehensive study of the Homestead Act of 1862. And finally, Hadley Edge for her timely examination of fake news, yellow journalism. Also, just as something that to note, Sloan and Vivian Turner were alternates and are now going to represent the peer school as well at a national competition. These students have demonstrated exceptional research skills, critical thinking, and presentation abilities to reach this prestigious level of competition. These students will be traveling to College Park, Maryland for national competition, beginning on June 8th and ending June 12th. The families would also like to take a moment to thank the Narragansett Lions Club, which helped the families with travel expenses. These accomplishments reflect the collaborative efforts of dedicated students, supportive families, and committed educators working together. When our young people excel on regional and national stages, it brings recognition not only to our school, but our entire community. We are proud to support these bright minds as they continue their academic journey and represent us with distinction.
So before I come down and deliver your certificates on behalf of the Narragansett Town Council, I just want to commend you all and the teachers as well for their incredible hard work. I remember, it doesn't seem like it was too long ago that I was in middle school myself, but I actually had the honor of, as well as a couple other town council members here, Councilor Colonies, Councilor Vignali, and we just were absolutely blown away with the high level of student achievement and the work that you presented us. You all answered your questions really well, very thoroughly, and had a high level of professionalism throughout the entire process. So I wish you all the best of luck in Washington as you represent Narragansett well, and congratulations on your achievements. Thank you. And I would invite the town council to come down with me to hand out the certificates.
It's long.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you so much. I think all of us except for... It's okay. Doesn't really matter.
That's right. Photo op.
All right, let's just give one more round of applause for our incredible students and teachers and faculty.
Thank you so much for having us.
At this time, I will allow any Pierce School student, parents, and staff who wishes to not stay for the rest of this wonderful meeting to leave at your leisure. So thank you for being here and travel safe. Alrighty. Next on our agenda, I assume we're still good online? Thank you. Nope, not yet. Next on the agenda is the town manager's update. Jim?
Good evening, members of the council, folks who are here this evening, and those who are watching from home. A few updates for the week. There was some discussion with the council and the public about the South Pavilion beach lockers, reporting this evening that all 218 lockers have been rented for the season to Narragansett town residents. Last week, I met with two representatives of the ownership management of the Boone Street Market and two neighbors representing the group to discuss a variety of issues attributed to the operations of the Boone Street Market. One of the major complaint that seemed to come from this meeting is the noise from the south side patio at night. There were others, but that was the major one. And the building official is now working with Boone Street on obtaining some permitting for some sound muffling structures. Fire Station 2 renovations. They're on schedule and even a couple of weeks early, and we anticipate the projected completion date would be Thanksgiving. An inquiry was made to me by members of the council who had observed the social media post involving the fire department. The post alleged that the town does not enforce fire codes for residential units. Senior management team are advised by me not to engage with these people who, I call them keyboard commandos. The fire chief and the fire marshal assured me that the town is enforcing the code appropriately with how residential units are classified in the town of Narragansett. I met with them the following day and discussed it at length. I'm perfectly comfortable with the way that they're performing their services, their jobs. You'll notice on Boone Street, the Leroy Thompson Playground, the Boone Street Playground, and the basketball courts, you'll see were refinished. We have Tony Fiore, owner of South County Sand and Gravel, to thank for that. He donated the labor, the materials to resurface and repair the basketball court on the site. Additionally, we have another benefactor, who is a friend also of Tony's, that has offered to donate an electronic scoreboard. We have a meeting this week with that benefactor to determine how this will work out, what needs to be done electronically and structurally. There will be more to follow on this, and the town will be replacing the rims and the backboards at that facility. And we extend very great thanks to Mr. Fiore for this kind act for the community. And that's about it.
Excellent. Does anyone have any questions for Jim? Nope, seeing none. Next, I have approval of minutes, but are we not? Okay, so we're not going to approve minutes at this time. Just as a word of note, we are going to, by request of Representative Carol Hagan-McEntee, we are pulling agenda item K2 from the agenda. Again, we are going to pull the agenda item K2, so that will not be discussed this evening. And then we will go into consent agenda, and we'll see how far into the regular approval we can get before our hearings. But before we get to that, we have open forum. So is there anyone who wishes to?
There are two names signed up. That's it for now.
Thank you. We'll start with those who have signed up for open forum.
The first one is Gail Scowcroft.
Thank you.
Gail Scowcroft, 19 Prospect Avenue. Good evening. I was on travel for the last town council meeting, so was not able to come and address you, but I'm here tonight to address the recall of councilors Colonies, Vignali, and Durkin. I believe that you're all aware that I filed a petition to recall the three of you for your egregious actions regarding your persistent support for 13 zoning changes that would greatly harm our town. That they would cause great harm is not an opinion to be debated. It is factual, based on the report from the experts on our planning board. None of you, I will add, are zoning experts. As the planning board's report states, if you're to pass these zoning changes, you would greatly diminish the town's ability to provide affordable and attainable housing. You would decrease the ability of families to buy homes in our town. Despite the expert opinion you've received, and despite the huge public outcry, you have continued to downplay the harm these changes would cause. Ms. Vignali and Mr. Durkin have both been quoted in the press as saying that the public has blown this out of proportion and that the move for a recall was premature. I'm here tonight to tell you that your constituents are not buying it. This town is populated by intelligent residents who are well aware of the potential consequences that your actions would cause. I can't tell you how many hundreds of emails and phone calls I've received about the recall. I have a list of dozens and dozens of residents that are willing to go door to door for signatures. I've also had several phone calls from people willing to provide funds to hire an attorney. The recall is suspended at the moment due to the council's May 14th decision to close the hearing and workshop your proposed zoning changes with the public. However, the recall is by no means taken off the table. We are merely waiting to see what you do. First of all, Mr. Durkin should be recusing himself from any discussion regarding rental property, the development of duplexes, ADUs, or anything else related to his business. As the largest property owner in our town, including 56 lots, 30 of which are substandard at the moment, he has an enormous potential for financial gain should any of these zoning changes be passed. Secondly, Ms. Vignali, despite all that you've heard from the planning board, our residents at meetings and hearings, and by the emails you've received, you have not seemed to move off your position that the proposed zoning changes would benefit our town. I have to wonder why you continue to hold on so tightly to what is clearly an ill-advised and flawed rationale. We are waiting to see what happens with your proposed zoning changes, as I mentioned, and whether or not you keep your promise to workshop them all with the public. And I hope for the sake of our town,
Thank
you
you.
listen to the majority of our residents and act accordingly. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you.
Roger Jados.
Roger Jadis, 1 Blind Brook Drive. I thought you were going to kick this back to the planning board and the zoning board, this issue. At the last meeting, from what I recall, the 13, 14 amendments, there were going to be some open workshops for them. I just happened to look at the agenda tonight, and I saw the ADUs, up. And I thought, well, what the heck's going on with that? It kind of baffles me that you're not listening to the zoning board and the planning board. Those are the professionals here. I'm not. That's why I go to those meetings and I learn an awful lot. And I know you've received that extensive report from Mr. Brady. It baffles me that you just don't follow their advice. Some of the things that, well, particularly with the ADUs that you're going to be addressing.
Sir,
Yes.
I just want to bring it to your attention. The rules for open forum, you're not supposed to speak to any of the items on the agenda, as they're going to be discussed at a later time,
Okay.
in which point you'll have the opportunity to speak.
Okay, I appreciate that. So I'll scratch the ADUs. I'll just go back to the suggestions, the wise suggestions, I believe, that were given to you by the zoning board, by the planning board. And I just hope you adhere to them. And I look forward to workshops on each one. As a matter of fact, I would suggest you just kick it back to the zoning board. That's what they do. That's what, they're experts at that. Leave it up to them. It should be in their hands. I think they spoke very, very well. I'll limit it to that. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak for open forum on any items that are not on the agenda? Sorry, my eyesight is, okay. Thank you. Seeing none, there is a special request to move item J1 up to the top of the list for new business, but before we get to that, we'll go into consent agenda first. Is there a motion to approve consent agenda items D1, D2, D3, and D4?
So moved.
Second. Thank you.
Sorry.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Next, on to new business. Is there a motion to move item J1 to the top of the list to be considered next for new business?
So moved.
Second?
Discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. So next, on to new business, item J1. Is there a motion to approve a partial abatement of taxes for Pri-X LLC for the property located at Assessor's Plat IG Lot 118S307 Great Island Road, Narragansett, Rhode Island?
So moved.
Second?
Discussion. So I know that there's at least a representative here who wishes to speak, so I invite them forward now. And I apologize, I forgot your name.
That's quite all right. My name is Michael Vacola. I'm Corporate Vice President of the Prakashanti Companies, which has an ownership interest in the property in question. As you may remember, this is about the Lighthouse Inn. We had settled our issues with the Rhode Island Department of Economic Development, and in doing so, we retained the rights to 2 of the 3 lots that comprise that property. The 3rd lot is now owned, always was owned, but is now also controlled by the state of Rhode Island. On that 3rd lot was the Lighthouse Inn building, which the state of Rhode Island demolished. They received a demolition permit, I believe, in March of 2023. But more importantly, we inked the deal with DEM in November of 2023. And inexplicably, we continue to get real estate bills for the lighthouse in building, not for the land, but for the building. The building, as we all know, is gone. But we continue to get real estate bills for it. And in fact, we got a notice that it was going to be sold at tax sale, even though the building doesn't exist. So we're hoping to put a circle on this and tie it up with a bow by making a partial payment to the town of Narragansett for the real estate taxes that would due up to the point of the building permit being issued to the state of Rhode Island. And we're prepared to do that just to make this go away.
Does anyone have any questions or comments? Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Would anyone from the public wish to come forth and speak? Seeing none, there's a motion on the floor. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Thank you. There's 1 second request, unless anyone on the council has any opposition, to move item K1 to the agenda to be considered next.
So
since There's
moved.
a few people here as well.
Second.
Discussion. So item K1 to be considered next. Is there a motion to discuss an award and/or reject the responses submitted to the town by Habitat for Humanity for Rhode Island, South County, Inc., and Women's Development Corporation, Housing Opportunities Corporation in response to requests for proposals RFP for the potential development of Assessor's Plat N-L, Lot 23, a town-owned property located at Boston Neck Road?
Move the motion.
Second.
Discussion. So I would invite, I believe there's some representatives from Affordable Housing, if they wish to come forth to speak on this matter first, or I'll invite the public first. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Peggy Benz. I am a resident of Narragansett, and I'm also on the executive board of Habitat for Humanity and on the board of directors, and I'm also on the Narragansett Housing Authority. I wake up every morning in Narragansett in a home I would never be able to afford right now. My grandfather built this house in 1948. This has nurtured our family for generations. I think Habitat for Humanity, given the opportunity, can afford the same thing for 10 families on that piece of land. Those families, their future trajectories will be changed incredibly. Habitat has time and again in the last 35 years proven itself. Our first home for Habitat for Humanity was built here in Narragansett, and I think we need to continue that. No one can afford our lovely, amazing town. We need to give people that opportunity. We need to give people that chance to experience all that we experience. Time and again, it's been proven that if people are given housing, adequate housing, their families will succeed now and in the future, and future generations. It's my plea to you tonight to approve this. We will do it in a very thoughtful way, in a way that will reflect our neighborhoods, in a way that will be energy efficient and be affordable for families to grow in Narragansett. It's good for our community, it's good for our businesses, and it's good for our school systems. And I ask you tonight to approve this, I get a little bit emotional when I talk about it, and I apologize for that. But I please ask you to approve this for Habitat for Humanity. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else wish to speak on this item? Yes, please come forth.
I don't want to knock anybody out of line here. Susan Amaruso, 111 West Bay Drive, Narragansett. I'm a little sorry that this got moved to the beginning of the meeting, because actually Colin Penny, the executive director, planned on coming. I spoke to him yesterday. He's in a meeting in Providence, and he said, I don't have to worry, I'm going to be able to make it because it's the next last item. So I don't know if that's going to change anything now that you've moved it up. But I'm not on the housing board, but I've been working with Habitat as a volunteer for, I'd say, 23 years now. It's a fantastic organization. Their overhead is paid for the Restore. If anyone out there hasn't been to the Restore, it takes in a lot of donations and then sells them at bargain basement prices, and that pays for the overhead. So any contributions that are made to Habitat go directly to homes. And if anyone has any doubts about the quality of the homes, I wish people could just take a ride to Hopkinton on Cardinal Lane. They just built 7 homes. They all have solar. A solar company came forward, and what the grant didn't cover, that's the kind of generosity here, they completed them. They're all energy efficient. They have the highest rating. And I want to dispel the rumor that Habitat families are Section 8. It has nothing to do with that. These are families that have good credit rating. They've been through a screening process with Habitat because they want to choose people who fit into the community, that have a chance to succeed. They don't want a house to go to anyone that won't succeed. Everyone who gets a Habitat home has to put in a ton of hours, either building or volunteering at the Restore. I just can't say enough good things about Habitat, and it does change people's lives. And we are surrounded by very generous people that give their time and energy. So I have no doubt that these homes will be lovely. People donate landscaping, and it's just a fantastic experience. When you go to a homeowner dedication, I mean, you see the kids, you see the parents, it's like, it's really touching. I always get teary-eyed. And Ninegrit Quilters always gives everyone who's going to occupy a house a quilt. So I really do feel Habitat deserves this opportunity, and they are willing and able to build these houses now. So I'm sorry Colin isn't here to speak for this, but I can't say enough about it, as you can see. I could go on and on. I'm always talking about Habitat, getting people to donate. So I appreciate your time, and I hope you vote yes for Habitat. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Edwards, I know you just walked in, but we are considering item K1 for Habitat for Humanity, if this is an item that you would like to speak on at this time.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the council. Excuse me, I'm a little bit late tonight, so I apologize, but I rise in total support.
Oh, could you just state your name and address?
Oh, sure.
Sorry.
Sorry about that.
Just for the record.
Yeah, absolutely. It's Nick Edwards, 36 Crest Avenue, Narragansett.
Thank you.
So again, I'm the chairman of the Affordable Housing Collaborative Trust, and I rise in total support of this project. Habitat for Humanity is ready, willing, and able to complete this project, and I really would hope that this council would approve it. This comes from a long process that many in the town are aware of. We submitted the RFP, we received 2 bids, and we have, not only do we conduct many hearings of the Affordable Housing Collaborative, we really feel that Habitat for Humanity is the right choice. And, just for the record, Narragansett is one of the only municipalities in the entire state that Habitat for Humanity has not built homes in. So, again, this is a great opportunity. I've said it before, I'll say it again, but if not now, when? It's time for some affordable housing in Narragansett. And, we really have an opportunity here to make some change, bring families into the town, which will lead to, a boost to our economy and, again, our schools, the whole thing. So members of the council really would appreciate and consider that you award the RFP, to Habitat for Humanity tonight. Thank you very much. Happy to take any questions if you have them.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Anyone else from the public wish to comment on this item? Seeing none.
Do we want to continue it for the gentleman to?
Is there?
Do we want to continue it for the gentleman to arrive, or?
That's up to
Is that
the
necessary?
council. It's just, again, the request came to push it up forward, but I don't have any reservations in considering it afterwards. I just don't know how long these hearings go for. Hopefully, it's less than average. But again, wanted to make sure that everyone that was here for those two items who had come up to me prior would have that consideration. So does the council have any opinion as to whether or not they would like to vote on it at this time or wait for the gentleman to arrive?
Is the gentleman from, he's the executive director of Habitat, is that correct?
Is that correct, Sue?
Yes, it is. And,
Oh.
his intention yesterday, I was at a function, and he said yes, he'd be here, but, if you won't vote yes, then.
All right, why don't we,
Okay.
why don't we just vote?
Well, let's just feel everyone out. Is everyone good to vote on this at this
Yeah,
time?
vote.
Yes.
I'm fine with proceeding.
Okay. Is there a particular motion that anyone wants to request as a motion to approve or reject? Maybe I should just say, is there a motion to award the responses submitted to the town by Habitat for Humanity for Rhode Island, South County, Inc., and Women's Development Corporation, Housing Opportunities Corporation in response to a request for proposals for the potential developments of Assessor's Plat NL Lot 23, a town-owned property located on Boston Neck Road?
Motion to award to Habitat for Humanity.
I'll second that.
Any further discussion?
I just want to say that I took the opportunity to read both of the proposals, and I just was so impressed with what Habitat is planning on doing. And they're not only with the energy efficient homes, and but the fact that the education that they give the potential buyers and help them with the financial part of it and that whole part of it. And I just think Habitat does an amazing job. So I was really, really quite impressed and thank them.
Thank you for sharing that. Anyone else have any final thoughts or comments?
As Mr. Edwards said, if not now, when? I say let's move this or vote on this motion to try and bring some affordable housing to Narragansett.
Councilors Durkin or Colonies, any final thoughts, comments?
I'm good.
Yeah, I was going to say I agree with everything that's already been shared. I was very surprised, actually, to learn from Mr. Edwards that we're one of the only towns where Habitat has not been developed. So looking forward to hopefully changing that here in a few minutes. So with that being said, all those in favor to award,
Habitat?
yes, award this contract.
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Thank you. And seeing where we are with time, we will now go to our public hearing portion. Is there a motion to schedule, item C1, is there a motion to schedule a public hearing on an application for a transfer of a Class B victualling tavern alcohol beverage license from the Break LLC DBA The Break Hotel and Chair 5 Restaurant to a Class B victualling alcohol beverage license for Roof Deck Dining LLC DBA Chair 5 Assessor's Plat L Lot 237-A 1208 Ocean Road, Narragansett, Rhode Island?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion. So is there a particular date? July 7th. Thank you, Sarah. So is there anyone who opposes the date of July 7th, 2025 for this hearing?
Works.
Excellent. Anyone from the public have any comments or questions? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Abstain.
Any opposed? Motion passes 4-0 with one abstention. And for the record, that was Councilor Durkin who abstained from the vote. On to item C2. Is there a motion to hold a public hearing acting as the Urban Renewal Board of Review on the application of Narragansett Casino LLC, DBA Narragansett Casino, for a Class B victualler limited alcohol beverage license located at Assessor's Plat C, Lot 181-1AS, 11 Pure Marketplace, Narragansett, Rhode Island?
So move the motion.
Second.
Discussion. So, yes, Councilor Colonies? Oh, no, go ahead, Councilor Colonies.
I was just going to ask the solicitor, there was a big conversation about owner versus owners, and I'd like to know what you found out about that.
Sure, thank you. I've done the research, both on statutory interpretation as well as where this issue has been brought up in the past as an administrative appeal to the State Liquor Control Board, which goes through the Department of Administration with a hearing officer. And in my opinion, there is a vagueness to the statute, which, on erring on the side of caution, it doesn't take, the purpose of the statute is interpreted by the objectors would be to take your authority away from you. In other words, it's not that you don't do it, it's that you can't do it. And in my opinion, I disagree with that. You have the authority to issue this license based on the law and based on the statutory interpretation of this particular state law. And in my opinion, you can go forward and act on it as though you had the authority based on what you heard last week and anything else that might be presented to you tonight.
Thank you, sir.
Sure.
Thank you. Does anyone else from the council have any questions or comments for Solicitor Craven? Seeing none, I will open it up to the general public, and my request, my respectful request, while I cannot tell you what it is that you can and cannot say, nor can I ask for how long you can speak, I just ask that we be mindful that everyone is on record for your testimony from the previous town council meeting, and for the sake of time, just try to present anything new commentary-wise.
Mr. President, can I interrupt?
Sure.
The clerk believes that we did not, that we held in the vote last week, so we could have to reopen this opportunity. Yeah, there was no vote, so you have to vote to unhold it, and that it's open now for vote. That's what I would suggest you do. It's perfunctory, but obviously.
So is there a motion to reopen?
Reopen.
A public hearing?
Move the motion to reopen the public hearing.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Okay, motion passes 5-0. Thank you, sorry about that.
Sure. Good evening, Mr. President, members of the board. John Mancini on behalf of the petitioner, Narragansett Casino, who has requested the liquor license for its property and for its operation. And this is, as you know, a follow-up from our hearing on May 19th. And I don't want to rehash what had taken place, but I do want to provide you with some new information and also supplement the record with that information. I did submit to the clerk, to you solicitor, additional documents, specifically a memorandum prepared by my office, which adds four primary arguments. And this is as a result of our ability to view the exhibits that were presented by the objectors at the May 19th hearing, specifically the radius map, which was submitted to you by our surveyor, Mr. Andrews. And our position is that that radius map is not accurate. It does not accurately purport the exact square footage of two of the primary parcels that are within the radius map, nor does it calculate the entire area that is subject for calculation to be accurate. And I want to talk about that, although briefly, because the majority of my information has already been submitted to you. It's part of the package. And so for that, I do want to provide the clerk with my Exhibit A, which includes the memorandum. I wanted the board in the record to have a copy of the lease, a copy of the assignment agreement between Beach Street, which was the prior owner of the property, and Narragansett Casino, who is the current owner of the property, the copy of the objection that was filed by the objectors, and we've provided an affidavit from a Rhode Island licensed surveyor, Christopher Palmer, who actually, coincidentally, has done the survey of 2 or 3 of the parcels that are within the radius map. So he can certify to a reasonable degree of certainty as to the exact square footage of those parcels. And he also prepared a radius map. So I want that to be part of the record. And then finally, I want the board to consider and have a copy of the arbitrator, former retired Chief Justice Frank Williams, his decision, and also the decision of Sarah Taft Carter, the Superior Court Justice, who rendered a confirmation and an affirmation of the award. That decision was came down as early as last week. So I want the record to be clear that at this point, there is no question as to the validity of the lease agreement as it pertains and applies to Narragansett Casino. I think that was one of the issues that you heard, and I want to just put that to rest. So with that, I'd like to present this to the clerk and ask her that she incorporate this as part of the record.
Sure. Could you repeat the judge's name for me?
Sure. It's, so the arbitrator was retired Supreme Court Justice Frank Williams and Superior Court Justice for Washington County Sarah Taft Carter, who rendered a decision regarding whether that award should be affirmed, and which it was. And then you have a copy of that decision.
Thank you. Thank you.
And so I want to highlight for the board the points that we reference specifically as they relate to the radius map. So you'll see that the map that was submitted to the council at the last hearing shows a radius, a 200-foot radius, and then it indicates the square footage that adds up the total area within the radius of that 200 feet of the perimeter of the property. The issue and the argument that we have is that the radius map that they have presented, when it touches a property, it only incorporates a small section of that property, only that section which is caught within the circle of the radius, the diameter of that measurement. We believe that that's inaccurate, that the true measurement and the way the law really understands and defines within 200 feet requires the remonstratives to incorporate the entire parcel and not just a small section or a small sliver. And I'll give you an example. The town of Narragansett owns 2 properties that are within that radius, specifically Assessor's Plat C, Lot 181-3 is owned by the town of Narragansett, and Lot 425A. If you look at the objector's map, Lot 181-3 consists of only 777 square feet or 747 square feet, whereas the entire parcel consists of 58,778 feet. So although the radius touches that parcel at a particular corner, what the objectors have done is they've only calculated that small sliver of the property that compasses the 200 radius map, but have ignored the remaining portion of the lot. The same is true for Lot 425, and more importantly, they do the same with respect to Lot 181, which is the Courtway condos. That parcel alone consists of 59,816 16 square feet. When you look to the map to the north, you'll see that the map also touches upon the area which is Lot 319S, denoted as Oceanside South condominiums. The objectors claim that the only area which is applicable to their calculation for determining dominance of the radius area is 22,253 square feet, which is just which is approximately 10% of the radius area, but they ignore the rest of that lot, and that lot is several acres. So when you add the other parcels back into the radius map, it significantly dilutes their percentage interest well below the 51% that's required. And that's one argument. The second argument is that based upon the affidavit that we've submitted by Mr. Palmer, our registered surveyor, the square footage numbers are also not accurate based upon his own surveys. Moreover, they include the area under, they being the objectors, include the area underneath the building. That, again, is an error because it has been affirmed and reaffirmed that the assignment of that ground lease, which is a 99-year prepaid lease, belongs to Narragansett Casino. They control that area, so therefore it should not be part of the radius area which is subject or being added to the objectors. I think those 2 points alone defeat their position that this council does not have the jurisdiction. So even if we put aside the argument that we had on May 19th, the robust discussion of what the word owner versus owners means, I think that becomes really a sideshow, because now the real focus becomes on the documents and the radius map before you. So I think you certainly have the jurisdiction to go forward and hear the application on 2 grounds. One, that they do not have, they're not one owner, they're multiple owners. And secondly, more importantly, their radius map is flawed. It's misleading, it's miscalculative, and it doesn't rise to the level to give them the dominance that they're seeking. And those are the procedural issues. I think we have already spoken at length with respect to the merits of this application, the basis for which this application should be issued, and most importantly, the fact that this application would not in any way render harm to any other businesses within that area or within the town of Narragansett. It is a vibrant proposal, one that should be considered in its entirety before this board, and this board should consider the effects that this business would have positively for that area. And also the other documents that we've submitted to evidence are satisfying, or our satisfaction of the elements necessary for the issuance of the license. So with that, if you have no further questions with me, I'll rest on based on what we've provided and based on the exhibits before the board, but I'll be ready to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Does anyone on the council have any questions, comments? Seeing none? Thank you.
Thank you.
Does anyone else from the public have the wish to come forth to speak? Yes.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board.
I'm sorry. Do they need to be sworn in?
I'm an attorney. I'm happy to
okay.
be sworn in, but
Thank you. I just wanted to
no
make
problem,
sure.
Mr. Chairman. Attorney Stephen Surdit from Indegli and Associates here on behalf of SAH Hospitality, LLC. You will hear some additional arguments from my brother, who also represents Mr. Doherty, who also represents a number or an adjacent property owner. My clients do, while there is case law and some decisions regarding who is in control of this disputed area or the area underneath a portion of their building, my clients do own it. And they are coming before you as owners of that property, which is not in dispute, despite the very carefully crafted language that was presented before you. They are owners of that property. They own it. And they are being put in a position with this application to have a liquor license on a piece of property that they own, despite a lease. That lease was never contemplated with a liquor license in it. None of the decisions before you suggest that a liquor license is part of that lease. So we come before you this evening to ask the board to deny the application and to fully comply with the aspects of the statute, which I believe my brother will go into in great detail. So I would defer to him at this point.
Thank you. Yes. Welcome back.
Hi, thank you. Patrick Doherty, and I'm here on behalf of Beachcomber Properties LLC, and I also represent Newport Restaurant Group and JT O'Connell Realty LLC. I heard Mr. Mancini, and quite frankly, I think a lot of what he said was absolute fiction as far as the interpretation of the statute and the state of the law. And while I have the utmost of respect for Mr. Craven, I completely, wholeheartedly disagree with that misinterpretation of the law that was put forth there. In accordance with Rhode Island General Laws 3719, you have no jurisdiction to grant this license to the applicant based upon the fact that in accordance with that statute 3719A, the owners of the greater part of the land within 200 feet of any point of the building files their objection, okay? It's not the land outside of the radius. It would be absolutely ridiculous to think that you would include the land that is part of parcels that do not fall within the radius as part of the majority computation. And as grounds for this, I would like to be marked an exhibit because I definitely anticipate, we've already been drafting the appeal. We've already been drafting the motion for stay. And what I want to tell you here tonight, if you do choose to vote in this ordinance, and I'm sure they're very, very nice members of the community. They're well liked by people. And I know you want to give them a license, but you're going to hear direct testimony and we're going to present evidence of the harm that you're going to inflict on your existing constituent businesses that own businesses within the Narragansett Pier Village area and also the owners of liquor licenses that are within a close proximity to that. But what I would like to make part of the record for you here today is my first initial thing is a copy of the case which Mr. Mancini received notice of when we were at the DBR beforehand. It's a Prada Lounge LLC, DBA Prada Lounge Appellant versus City of Providence Board of Licenses and 333 Atwell's Condominium Association et al., interveners. It's DBR number 17LQ003, and this was the official decision of the Department of Business Regulation, and Catherine Warren, the hearing officer, who is going to hear this. As I started to say earlier, if you go ahead and choose to grant this license, you're not doing them a favor. You're hurting both parties because you're going to force both parties to go ahead and incur attorney's fees for an appeal that has already gotten to the precipice of being decided in favor of our interpretation of the statute by the provision of this case that I'm going to hand you and make part of the record here tonight, where Ms. Warren interpreted case law going from 1930, I want to be accurate on this one, I believe it was 1939 and the 50s, where the Rhode Island Supreme Court and the Department of Business Regulation have interpreted this statute as meaning multiple owners of property that comprise together as remonstrance to meet the 51% greater objection. I received and I have to say something. I saw Mr. Mancini on Saturday night, and I'm not going to tell you where, but it was perfectly acceptable social situation out on the town. And I complimented him on what a great attorney he is. I complimented him on how well he's handled this. But this is all obfuscation. It's all a twisted interpretation of the law that doesn't match up with reality. Back when the council followed their statutory duty in not hearing and not granting a liquor license to the same applicant on the basis that there was greater than 51% of objectors that comprised in the 200-foot radius, they refused to grant the license on that ground. Their solicitor, Mark Davis, at the time said, "You don't have the authority." So they appealed it. And at that point, we were counting in the land that was under the building. And one other thing should be noted here right from the outset. My client, Beachcomber Properties, LLC, is the owner of the lot and the land. If you look in the tax assessor's records, and the deeds we've put into evidence, Beachcomber Properties, LLC owns the land on which this building is situated. Mr. Mancini's memo attempted to try and blur that by saying that they own the property. They allege to own the building. This decision that you saw, and I'm sure you didn't read the whole thing, I wouldn't blame you not for it, but that arbitration decision only decided one issue, one sole issue, and that was whether or not The Beachcomber Properties LLC unreasonably withheld their consent to the assignment of the lease. That was it. He was held to unreasonably consent. There were no findings on any claims whatsoever. So we are still left with the situation. I believe it's res judicata. The arbitration came and went, and no one set aside that arbitration decision. So there's no determination of the issue of true ownership of the building, no determination of true ownership of who actually, and whether or not a lease is in effect for that property, because it was transferred in violation of it. The only party that had the ability to ask for consent to an assignment of the lease was the lessee at the time, which was Beach Street Properties, LLC. They have no damages, because if you look at the assignment that was put in the record by Mr. Mancini, and I thank you for putting that in there, it says that, that Beach Street Properties will be fully indemnified and held harmless by Narragansett Casino for any and all damages arising out of the lease. So now we're stuck with a situation where, fine, they've unreasonably withheld consent. Maybe they can allege that there might have been a breach of contract. I think it's too late for them to do that because the arbitration's over and they didn't pursue that claim, even though it was brought within the context of that. But they don't have any damages, and they can't say that they have been damaged in any way. So there's a lot more going on here. But my client is the owner of the property, and for time eternal, with any liquor license, and in particular, with any application for changes in the urban renewal zone, anything that has been done in there has always required the owner of the property's signature on any application or a letter of assent in the Department of Community Development and Planning's files supporting the application. You don't have that here. What you do have is a vocal, written, and oral objection to this liquor license being granted by the owner of the property, Beachcomber Properties, LLC. All the hogwash that was in that memo and the obfuscation is just meant to do nothing but paint my client as an evildoer and bring pity and sympathy on them for them getting screwed somehow by the evildoer landlord. That's hogwash. And you're going to hear the exact reasons why you can't grant this license, in addition to the lack of jurisdiction on your part. And you know, it's funny because, you know, I'm very supportive. I was almost jumping out of my seat to make a comment during the public comment in response to the haranguing of the three of you up there with regard to this recall petition, because I speak in support of you on those zoning amendments, but it was more for you following the law and recognizing what the law is. And in this case, you're not going to be following the law. I disagree. There has been plenty of the statutory interpretation, and I'm going to make this a part of the record right now. Mr. Mancini, you have a copy of this already, the Prada one. It was forwarded to us by Catherine Warren in 2023 when they appealed the denial of the liquor license based on the lack of, or based upon the objection of greater than 51% of the property owners in the area being remonstrants. She was about to hold a hearing on this very issue, and what did Narragansett Casino do? They withdrew their appeal. Without prejudice, sure, but they withdrew the appeal. They had the opportunity, but they knew the writing was on the wall. So you're not doing anyone any favors in granting this liquor license here tonight. All you're doing is you're forcing a repeated increase in attorney's fees on both sides. I don't think if you deny it, they're going to appeal it to DBR because they already know the writing on the wall. So I'd like to make a copy of this in the record.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah, I'll give you. So if you look on that, if you look in that, you will see that there are cases cited from the 30s and the 50s where there were multiple remonstrants joining together to object to a liquor license. This whole nonsense about going outside of the radius and including that, you don't get it. There's nothing in there. Mr. Mancini is an excellent attorney. He really is. I've done battle with him over 30-something years. He's steadfast, tenacious. He'll argue any kind of angle just to try and zealously advocate for his client. And, you know, I tip my hat to you, John, for that, all right? But in this case, he's dead wrong, and he knows it, all right? If you look at the Christopher Plant affidavit, all right, That doesn't say anything except that, oh, well, it appears that they intentionally miscalculated to move greater than 50%. How the hell does Mr., this surveyor know anything about the intent on that? He's not a psychologist. He had no other documentation to review. He looked at some numbers. And if you look at the objection and the engineer and surveyor's letter that we put in and the radius map, we don't disagree now that between Beachcomber Properties LLC and J.T. O'Connell, that we're just short of that 50%. The last time when we were here between the two of us, we argued that we were entitled to include the land under the building. Ms. Warren wasn't really receptive to that, but when we supplemented the record up there with the objection of SAH Hospitality, she surely found that that we had enough to go forward on the determination of whether or not she even had jurisdiction to take this issue up. And before they got to that determination of that question, what did they do? They withdrew it. And you know why? They were waiting for another council so that they could have another go at obscuring the issues here and coming before you on a sympathy factor. That's not how you got to operate. You can't operate on sympathy. You have to operate on the law here. And right now, the law is pretty clear back from the 30s and the 50s, and the Rhode Island Supreme Court has addressed this issue. So I totally disagree with that. The next thing I would like to also tell you, again, and again, I support you when you follow the law. I do. In our zoning ordinance, I said it, it's not in compliance with the law. You were doing admirable things that you were commanded to do by the legislature in attempting to get rid of the coastal overlay regulation in the town, because you're not allowed to do that. But here, you're violating not only this law, 3719, if you go ahead and grant this license, but you're also going to violate your own ordinance, and that's section 7.1, urban renewal zone, subsection C. All applications submitted to the town council for review and approval pursuant to either 7.1B or any provision of the redevelopment plan referenced in subsection 7.1A shall be referred to the planning board for the review and recommendation to the town. So I'd like to make this piece of the ordinance part of the record as well. In addition to that, I can hear you now. I can hear it now. This application was submitted and dated in 2025. This is a new application. Circumstances have changed. There's been another restaurant and a liquor license issued in that pier area, Agave Social, since that time period. There have been other changes going on with regard to businesses in the area. Poke is out there as well. There is a number of changes that have not been reviewed, and you cannot rely on any prior planning board review of an application that is not this one, even though it's the same party. There was one in 2022, one in 2023. Both of them were denied, all right? So you cannot rely on the prior submission of wholly distinct and different applications to the planning board by referral from the council to satisfy your obligation that's mandatory in 7.1C. It's there. Shall is mandatory. You can't ignore that. And you have by doing this. And if you want to look at the prior attempts at a liquor license here, you'll see that every time they had referred it to the planning board, and every time the planning board and the former director of the community development and planning raised the issue, there is no signature from the applicant on this or from the owner on this application. No signature. And furthermore, and I'm going to submit some other stuff here for you too, some other decisions and recommendations from your planning board, as well as community development and planning. And in every instance, they insisted that they didn't insist. I don't want to be engaging in hyperbole, my favorite word of the year, I guess. But they made a recommendation, and that before the council hear this, that an engineered, here, I'll look on a memo that I'm going to make part of the record, October 21st of 2022, to Jesse Pugh, the Honorable Town Council President at the time, from Terrence Fleming, the Chairman of the Planning Board. It's a memo dated October 21st, 2022. And on page 8 of that, in subsection B, which is under the heading, and I'm going to make this part of the record as well, for the recommendation from your planning board, it says that the applicant address the on-site shared parking sufficiency through an expert assessment by a professional traffic engineer be submitted to town staff for review and submitted for town council approval. And you know why? Because the game has changed in that area. And you heard my other client last 2 weeks ago, Ken Kusan. Ken Kusan testified, and I'm going to have Mr. Hallberg, as the owner of the property, testify about what parking is available there right now. Ken Kusan testified, and Mr. Mancini, again, in his memo, he's so good at this. I mean, he really is good. And if you look at the deed that he put in as part of his package, he circled on there, on that page that went to you, that they were granted by their deed 19 parking spaces. And that's absolutely true. But they were granted the title, ownership, and fee simple to those areas of 19 parking spaces on there. But in addition to those 19 parking spaces, they were given an exclusive easement, and he testified to this, for another, 59, or whatever it would be, 72 minus 19. That's why I'm not an accountant and a lawyer. I speak better than I do adding in my mouth, or in my head, rather. But there are 72 parking spaces that cannot be used by any other person or tenant over there but Trio. There are signs up, and I'm going to give you the diagram. Actually, I'll give it to you now. You'll see that they don't have the parking that they had before when prior things came before you. And in addition to that, as I said before, I'm going to actually ask to make this part of the record here, John. Thank you. They were given an opportunity to try and satisfy some of your regulations and to show that they met the criteria. And they haven't done anything with this. If you look at their application that came through as of April 7th, they said that they had a capacity of 305 people in that building. And they have advertised that they want to do functions. They want to do all these big things over there in addition to having a bunch of people come in and have the moms sit on one side drinking wine while the kids are running wild, playing games and whatnot, which I think is a horrible thing anyway. But if you look at your liquor license rules and regulations that you follow on this thing, this is from your clerk out there, and I'm asking you to take notice of that. The things that you're supposed to look at, number 1, on page 2, and again, these are bases for denial. It says compliance with all town ordinances. Well, there's one that they're definitely not in compliance. You're not in compliance with here. And also, if you look at the ordinances as well, in the reports that I'm going to make as part of the record, they reference how many parking spaces are required. Mr. DeLuca said it was about 168 spaces that they needed in order to be approved in prior iterations of a liquor license application. Where's the parking? They don't have anything before you. Have you seen anything on parking? No, because it's not part of the application. That should make this thing get kicked out right away or continue to a later date so that they can do it and give you an engineered parking plan. And again, you know, Mr. Riley will tell you how much money he has all the time. It's not for lack of funds that they haven't gotten a parking engineer in here to testify and give a parking engineered plan. It's not because of that. My theory is that they can't get an engineer to prostitute himself enough to say that there is enough parking, because there isn't. And you're going to hear and see by vocal testimony and documentary evidence that's going to be from Mr. Hallberg and I when I bring him up here, that they don't have the parking. In addition to the 72 spaces that were taken away from when the prior occupant of this building was operating there, 72 spaces went for Trio, gone. 58 spaces went to the town as part of the library. And that was Mr. DeLuca insisting that any use that was going on in there had to have adequate parking. And they said 4 parking places for each 1,000 square foot out there. They've got 16,000 square feet. I want to see where the 64 parking spaces are, because you're going to hear and you're going to see the testimony that the total number of parking spaces that are available to all the existing clients over there right now is 71. 71 parking spaces. That's it. And the police, our police force, by grant of right that can be taken away from Mr. Hallberg and Beachcomber Properties, LLC, they're taking up a significant number of those parking spaces. So if you're going to hear it. So they're not in compliance with all the town ordinances. They haven't shown that they have any parking available to do this, because they don't and they can't show that. In addition, you have to look at the impact on traffic. Have they done anything? No. Your planning board in prior iterations have said that they want an engineered traffic and parking analysis. They haven't done that. Number 5, parking. There's nothing here before you on parking. Impact on the police department. And then number 8, whether the license will be a major component of the business or an auxiliary use to an eating establishment. Well, chimichurris, hot dogs, bagged goods, and popcorn is not an eating establishment. This is going to be a gin mill run over there where alcohol is the main focus of this. For crowds of up to 305 people with 0 parking, you're going to hurt Agave Social, you're going to hurt Tsunama, you're going to hurt Pokey, you're going to hurt every one of the businesses in that pier area that are dying in the wintertime for lack of customers that depend on traffic coming through there in the summertime when parking is a complete premium. And there's complaints, and you're going to hear Mr. Hallberg come up here and testify as the landlord to some of these establishments that exist, that they can't get parking. They're having a real tough time on weekends and nights with parking. So you're not doing your job in following I'm sorry, maybe you will, but they're not doing their job in submitting a complete application that gives you enough of a basis to evaluate it on your own criteria. So ship this thing back if you're going to, before you even decide anything. Ship it back to the planning board. Let them take into account all the change conditions. Let them do the work for you. Let them go through these criteria and with the information that they're going to supply and see if they satisfy you. And I'm going to guarantee you that they don't. You're not doing them any favors. I'm going to tell you right now, I'll make a prediction on the record in TV, too. I'm looking right in the camera. This application, if it's granted, is going to get taken right away. And we've already been drafting the appeal and the motion for the stay before the Department of Business Regulation based on, what now, almost 100 years of case law on this statute. So you're not doing anyone any favors. So what I'd also like to make part of the record here is the October 21st, 2022 report from Jesse Pugh from Terrence Fleming, Chairman of the Planning Board, to Jesse Pugh. And in addition to that, I would like to take Mr. DeLuca's memo to Terrence Fleming, Chairman of the Planning Board, where he raises the issue about the fact that they were using all the public parking spaces in front of Trio, by the hotel, out on all the surrounding streets, which every one of us knows are already filled. They're already filled. I was on Saturday night. I went to Celeste. I was having some apps and drinks at the bar, and there were no parking spaces around there. I mean, they were all taken up, and it's not even the height of the summer yet. That was a rainy weekend. But if you look at these things, he talks staff notes on page 2 of his October 12, 2022 memo. Staff notes, no correspondence from the property owner, Beachcomber Properties, citing support or objection has been submitted with the application. That's a complete deviation from your entire history of the community development and planning regulations and what's required by this council, your predecessor councils, for an application to do anything in this urban renewal zone. So he did note that we attended the planning board meeting, me in particular, and objected to them proceeding forward on there. And I asserted again, you can't grant this license without the owner's signature on the application. Every other license that you have, I'm sure the one for the break has a signature of the owner. I'm sure they have the applicant. They're dual things. And there's nothing in the law, and again, I tip my hat to Mr. Mancini over here because he would have found it if it existed over there, but there's nothing in the law that allows a 99-year lease to be treated any differently than a 1-year lease. They keep obfuscating that issue of whether or not they own the thing. They don't own it. They don't own the land. That's unequivocal. That's not open to dispute. If they did, they wouldn't have to have a lease. And whether or not they even have a lease right now is still open and in dispute because my client hasn't signed off on it. And you see in the lease that Mr. Mancini shoved in the record another 80-something pages that Section 8, I believe it's Section 18.1 or 2, requires that the consent from the landlord be given and that they have to sign that. And they don't have that. So you have a whole slew of other things. If you look also on page 5 and 6 of the October 12, 2022 memo from your former Director of Community Development Planning, Mr. Mike DeLuca, who, as you know, he's told you, he's been up here, he's had 40 years experience, he's been 30 years or something in the town. He's pretty familiar with this stuff. And in fact, he mandated that when this town purchased the land for the building for the library, they had to purchase 58 spaces because that was what was required. You're not following your ordinance. There's no parking. You're going to hear that. But if you look at it, he said the parking increased parking from 103 spaces to 168 or 173. That's your former Director of Community Development and Planning. That's why they didn't go back to planning either, because they knew that they can't satisfy that. So you're just going to hurt businesses. You're going to hurt. My client is here. We're not mean-spirited on this, but my client has a bunch of tenants over there, and he's got an obligation to look out for them and their interests. He's got leases. He's got the duty to protect those spaces for the existing tenants. And he didn't give the spaces away to the town for the library. He didn't give them away to my other client, J.T. O'Connell, the 72 spaces. That was all done by Gilbane and their swan song out of this thing. You know, they left us with this mess up there. My client purchased the property, but there's severe parking constraints, and you can't possibly satisfy any of that without the parking. I mean, look at what's going on at Boone Street right now. They don't have parking. God, I was driving by there on, I think it was on Saturday or Sunday, and right up against the stop sign at Continental and Boone, there was some car that kind of wedged itself 45 degrees in there, halfway out into the lane, parking right up front by that thing. There's no parking for that. You're going to create an even worse situation for 305 capacity at this place. It's just completely unreasonable. And if you look at it with Mr. DeLuca on page 5, he said the sports bar is regulated under Chapter 242 as requiring 4 parking spaces for every 1,000 square feet of merchandising space. This results in an uncommonly low amount. However, he says that community development, in the same paragraph following over on page 6, community development staff asserts the parking requirements for the four designated activity components and the lobby of this project will result in a higher requirement than previously estimated at 168 to 173 spaces. Right now, for all the existing businesses, they're sharing a number that's less than half of what is required for Narragansett Casino to be properly in conformance with their parking requirements under your ordinance. And they don't, these spaces are already filled. So where are they going to go? What are you going to give them? You're going to open up Pandora's box for a week or less if we can get it done quicker before the stay comes into effect? You're going to create a nightmare, and you're going to get a lot of mad constituent businesses out there. Shouldn't be done. And you'll see that Narragansett Casino's attempt on page 6 in this, you'll see that they were trying to use the 10 spaces on the side of Aqua Blue. These are street spaces, and you know they're already filled. And 8 spaces across from Aqua Blue, next to the library or the post office and also the condos. 7 spaces in front of Aqua Blue, 6 spaces right next to Trio on the street, 5 spaces across from Trio, 6 spaces by the library, 6 spaces across from the library. They were using 48 total spaces of parking that's public, that's already filled every single day and night of the summer. crammed. You can't find parking in the pier. So if you look at this, everything is wrong about this. And they haven't given you what you need to truly evaluate this. You're sitting as the liquor licensing authority. Remember when I got up here and we were talking about getting rid of the special use permit for liquor licenses, and I said that there's no jurisdiction? And there isn't. You can't have a liquor license by right. You got to go before you as the licensing board in order to grant or deny a liquor license. But you got to follow the law, and you got to follow your own ordinances, and you got to follow your parking requirements. And you got to have an applicant who's willing to at least try to meet those. Let's say you give them all the 48 public parking spaces as a credit. There's still 120 to 130 spaces low from what they need under the ordinance, which is a remarkably low amount anyway, 4 per 1,000. That's just ridiculous. But I'd like to make this a part of the record. Did I give you the October 12th, John? Well, I'll give you another one. Yeah. Okay. And then, another thing here. I'm going to give you another one of your memos. These are all town files. You know, for some, I don't know why we're treating this differently from every single other application that has come before the town council for liquor and for issues in the urban renewal zone. This is totally afield and in violation of your own regulations. On August 9th of 2023, there was another memo from Michael DeLuca, your Director of Community Development and Planning, to Terrence Fleming of the Narragansett Planning Board. And in this, he talks about the application from Stephen Litwin on behalf of Aguave Social, okay? And you'll hear from Mr. Hallberg. They made note that there's no owner signature on there. So they were required, on page 5 of that, it talked about, let me see, I'm sorry, I'm misquoting the page, but contained in here is also the fact that the owner, on page 1, sorry about that, third paragraph down, staff notes that no correspondence from property owners citing support or objection has been submitted. They didn't go forward with that until that was submitted. So I don't know what the heck we're doing here. Because as I said, Mr. Mancini is a tenacious attorney. He researches like crazy. He's got a full staff over there at Mancini Carter et al. And if there had been one case that was in support of what he was saying, he would have given it to you. He would have found that. If there was anything that said in the law or otherwise that a 99-year lease was entitled to be treated any differently than a 1-year lease, he would have given that to you. I know he would have, because that's how good he is. He would have found it. He would have sniffed it out, and he would have jammed that right up against us, and we could have been dead on that issue. But we're not, because you're not following what your own practice procedure in the law is. And the law is that an owner of property to which a liquor license is to be granted must sign off on that application. And it doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out why. There's a lot of liability that goes on with this, and you're trying to thrust a liquor license on a property owner that doesn't want it there, doesn't want to be saddled with that. Okay. So if you look, there's a lot of stuff missing from your own requirements, your own liquor license regulations in the application packet before you. There's no real menu. And if you go there, if you look at it, even in the diagrams, they don't have a kitchen. They got a sink, a hot dog roller, and a popcorn maker, and a microwave. Let's not fool ourselves and think that there's a kitchen in there. There's not one built. There are no building permits for one. There's a tiny little room. I've been in it. You know, Mr. Hallberg's been in it, and the applicants have been in it. Don't kid yourself. This isn't like a BV license where you're, doing a victualling thing alongside with, a menu and alcohol. This is to drive alcohol sales. That's all. And that's not what you're supposed to be issuing liquor licenses for in this town, in accordance with your own regulations. All right, let me move on. I also spoke before about the parking itself and the tenuous nature of it, and that it was subject to being recalled by the landlord and reassigned, okay? And that all of the parking can be reassigned as of 2030. You know, it's coming up, whatever the year was that I stated in that. I'll give it to you in specific. But I'm going to give Mr. Mancini a copy of these. He's probably already seen them. He's a good lawyer. I'm sure he's dug them out. I would like these to be made a part of the record. These are the declaration of restrictions and common covenants that govern that. And that was adopted when this urban renewal district was created. And again, there's a couple of salient points on there that I really want to underscore with you on this. Section 4 gives the developer, and you'll see it right in there, they're paragraph numbers with regular numbers on them. Section 4 gives the developer the right to delete, modify all parking or other facilities located within the shopping center parcel and condominium parcel, and that's also addended to there. There's a schematic and a plat map, or a map that shows what we're talking about, and it's clearly this area, the entirety of that. It gives them the right to change that and anywhere else on the condominium parcel, except for the easement area. And the easement area, Mr. Hallberg is going to tell you specifically what that is. And that's already being used by all of the tenants of the existing parking facility. So that's another thing. There's another piece of record from the land evidence records right there for you to chew on that one. Well, let me see. What else do we got here? There's just so much. There's so many things wrong with this application. And I think this is council shopping going on. I think they withdrew their application at DBR for the appeal because they knew that they couldn't win. Because the hearing officer had given Mr. Mancini and the rest of us the same exact case that I made part of a record here, the product case. Referred us right to it. Before she had a chance to make that decision, they withdrew. And that was, and you know, again, smart move on Attorney Mancini's part. He's brilliant. You know, he didn't want that to be decided against him, so he would be forever barred when he came and tried to throw up the smoke and bring out the mirrors and show you, oh, you know, they're bad people, we're good people, give it to us. You can't. The law says no. And I respect Mr. Craven, but, you know, in law, we have difference of opinions. We duke it out. We go upstairs to the higher authority who then makes a determination. But you know, I disagree with Mr. Craven. That determination has already been made, and it's been established for decades, almost 100 years, on the remonstrance and what the radius area is. And it's whatever is the inside of that 200-foot circle. Now, the other thing, too, that, you know, if you look at Chris Plant, or the surveyor's affidavit, I forget what his name is now. If you look at what the affidavit from the surveyor that Mr. Mancini did, there's just a couple hundred feet out of 200,000+ square feet within that radius circle. My clients, combined with Mr. Surdit's clients, oh, did he leave? My clients have already shown that between all of them, accepting their numbers, we comprise at least 75 to 77% of the entirety of the 200-foot radius circle. And we all object. So you don't have jurisdiction to do it under this twisted interpretation of the law. And it's already been decided, so it's not going to do them any good. So if you don't mind, I would like to, let me just do a couple of things. I'd like to bring up Scott Hallberg and get some testimony from him and some documentary evidence based on that. Please, Scott.
Sure.
You're going to have to raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. And would you
Scott Hallberg.
state your name?
Scott Hallberg is my last name.
Thank you.
You know, I just want to say one thing. We may be in dispute about a lease, but who's not in dispute with a lease is SAH Hospitality, who's here tonight. The Narragansett Casino building is on their property. It straddles over the lot line. They are here saying, we don't want the license. I own the land beneath the building. I don't want the license.
Okay. All right, Mr. Hallberg, could you tell us your position with Beachcomber Properties, LLC?
I am the managing member of Beachcomber LLC.
Okay, and do you have authority to speak on, and conduct the operations on behalf of the LLC?
I do.
All right, pursuant to the operating agreement, correct?
Yes. Yep.
Okay, and that's not in dispute. You've been that way before. We've been in court. We've had all sorts of issues with that, correct?
Correct.
All right, now, Mr. Hallberg, you purchased from Gilbane the Narragansett Pier shopping area and the surrounding parking and the buildings there within that as well, did you not?
I did.
Okay, now, when you purchased that, had the Trio transaction already occurred?
It did.
Okay, now, how many spaces do you have in that parking area, or the property, that are available to all of your tenants?
71.
71 total?
Total.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay.
Did you want to add something?
Well, I do, because with the square footage of the buildings that I have down there now, per the ordinance, I need 64 of those 71 spaces. And also, the residential condominiums with the retail spaces below have a easement over all of them. They can also park in those 71 spaces. So I need 64 just for mine, and the retail spaces, as well as the residential units above, have rights to these same 71 spaces.
So how would you characterize the demand for parking in the Pier Marketplace area at its current state?
Okay. You know, parking is a premium down there. I have security guards down there on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. My tenants, the restaurant tenants, are complaining to me that their customers are having trouble finding parking, and they're losing business because of it.
All right, and what are the businesses that you're referring to that have made these mentioned to you?
Agave Social and Tsunama.
Okay, and those are licenses, or are those establishments with liquor licenses?
Yes.
And did you have to sign off on the application for a liquor license for those establishments?
Yes, I did, as well as proof parking for each of those.
All right. Have you been asked to sign off on this application for Narragansett Casino?
No.
All right. And no attempt whatsoever has been made to get you to communicate regarding the application?
No.
All right. So, as I understand it, you need 64 out of the 71 spaces dedicated for the use in order to satisfy the zoning and the licensing authority for existing businesses that are there.
Yes.
All right. And that's just no extrapolation beyond what the bare minimum is of the 4 spaces per 1,000, correct?
Correct.
As set out in the ordinance. Correct?
Correct.
Okay, so we're talking now that if they were to grant this license, there would be how many spaces available potentially?
64. 7 spaces, of which are compromised because of the easement allowed to the residential and retail units.
And were you recently approached, or within the last year, by anyone from from the residents of those condos over those shops?
I was.
And could you tell me what they insisted upon to you?
They insisted that they had rights to use those spaces as well as I did, and they can use them without any kind of fee whatsoever.
And who was the person that approached you?
That was Mr. Glazer.
Mr. Glazer, the former member of the planning board here?
Yes.
Okay, so Mr. Glazer was insisting on behalf of the residents that they also had the right to use these spaces that are used by all your existing tenants and all the existing businesses that are within the shopping area, correct?
Correct.
All right. So have you had an opportunity to look at the Trio parking plan?
Yes.
All right, and is it true that Trio is granted an exclusive easement in, I'm sorry, let me just do my math. I'm going to take this out and do it on paper, so I'm speaking from good terms here. What's that? 72 minus 19, right? So 12, 3. So there's what, 53 spaces in addition to the 19 that Trio has, or now JT O'Connell and Celeste. So there are 53 spaces in addition to the 19 that J.T. O'Connell Realty owns in fee that have been given an express easement that no one else in the plaza can use by your predecessor in interest, Gilbane?
Correct.
Okay. So that was none of your doing, correct?
None of my doing.
And what's the biggest issue with you and this application for the liquor license?
It's all about parking for me.
All right.
That's my nemesis down there.
And I might add, that's also the only issue that was raised by J.T. O'Connell and my other client when you heard Mr. Ken Kusan speaking here. Parking. You recall, he talked about what a difficulty it is that they have to hire people, they have to monitor these spaces, they're constantly on the go out there. Now, Mr. Hallberg, what do you feel would be the impact to your existing tenants and businesses therein if this license were to be granted in violation of law?
Oh, yeah, it would be a big problem.
Okay, well, describe what it...
Well, I'm afraid to lose tenants. I'm afraid they might move out.
All right. And would that create an economic hardship for Beachcomber Properties LLC?
Oh, yeah.
All right. And is it your intent, are you doing this not only as a landlord, but also as an advocate for your tenants at the shopping area?
Yes, I've had meetings with them.
Okay. Do you think that if Narragansett Casino were to be granted a liquor license over here, that there would be a negative financial impact upon your property?
I do.
And describe how that would come to fruition.
Well, I think that the tenants would complain that their customers cannot park, therefore lose business and move to another location.
And would that have any impact oh, and by the way, Mr. Hallberg, are you also a licensed real estate broker?
I am.
All right, and in the course of work as a broker, do you have occasion to opine as to, what the viability is of the appraisals in light of change of circumstances on commercial properties?
I do. I've testified in Superior Court on the same.
So based upon your expertise as a broker and a real estate investor and also developer, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of certainty as to whether or not this would negatively impact your property at Beachcomber Properties LLC?
Undoubtedly, it will affect it.
Okay. And are there any other reasons other than the parking that you're stating right now as an objection to this license being granted?
As long as it's following proper procedure, parking is my biggest concern.
Has Narragansett Casino ever approached you about working out some kind of a plan to accommodate them in terms of parking?
No.
All right. Has there been any attempt at working out some kind of a resolution to this issue that's coming before this council in terms of the liquor license and the lack of parking?
No.
All right. Would you have anything else you'd like to add? Okay. Thanks. All right. So in summation, you can't give this license on these circumstances. You don't have what you need to properly vet the application in accordance with your own liquor license regulations. They never made an attempt to. They've given you nothing. They've given you a word processor, one sheet with chimichurris, prepackaged microwavable snacks, popcorn, Italian ice, hot dogs. This is not a restaurant. This is not a victualling establishment. This is going to be nothing but an attempt to have taps of beer and malt liquor with no proper business plan, with no proper satisfaction of the requirements of an application, and you haven't referred it to that planning board. And it's a damn shame that that hasn't gone there for their take on this prior to coming here. Because I think you would be hearing from these people that everyone else in the public are calling the experts, the end-all, be-all experts on everything. You haven't heard anything from them with regard to this. And you got to wonder why. Because if they really were in earnest trying to get an application approved here that was in good faith, they would have given you something for parking. They haven't. They haven't given you anything. I read stuff out of older applications that were completely insufficient and identified as such on prior applications. Mind you, each application rises and falls on its own. This is a 2025 submitted application. You can't skirt past the obligation to refer this to the planning board for a change or an adjustment to a use or modification of anything in the urban renewal district without that. You haven't done it. So you're in violation of your own ordinances for that. You're in violation of, if you grant this, because you haven't got a satisfaction of the requirements mandated by that urban renewal ordinance for parking. And in addition to that, you don't have the jurisdiction to grant this license because let's take away the couple hundred feet that their surveyor in his affidavit, Chris Palmer, there it is, I got it, finally, got it out of that synapse in the back of my head. Chris Palmer left that out. The only thing he focused on were two of the abutters, two that just barely missed the 50% by combining that. But he left out SAH Hospitality, LLC, left them out. Nothing in his affidavit speaks to the huge amount of property falling within his own radius that's right there in front of you attached to the affidavit. Nothing addresses that. So fine. Well, let's forget about, the two of them alone, but look at the extra 25 to 27% of the radius area in that circle that SAH adds to. You're way, way over 50% in objectors and remonstrance on this. And therefore, I'm sorry, and I hope you follow the law. I hope you follow your ordinances. I respectfully disagree with your solicitor on this one. It's already been decided. You have that case in the record. I'm going to be happy with that up at DBR. Even though it's de novo, I'm going to be very happy with the fact that the hearing officer who made that decision is going to see, if you choose to grant this, that you flagrantly violated, almost 100 years of existing precedent on remonstrance and liquor licenses in the state of Rhode Island. Because it's going to make it that much easier. And you're not doing anyone a favor by granting this license. You're going to hurt your existing businesses. You've heard the testimony of Mr. Hallberg. He's under oath. There's no lies going on here. But you can't do this. I want you to follow the law. I want you to follow state law and your own regulations. And I ask that you do that and deny this application. Thank you. If you have any questions, I'm here to answer them. But I'm sure you don't want to hear anything else from me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd like an opportunity to cross-examine Mr. Holberg.
It'll
be a lot of fun. Trust me, you want to see it.
We've
No. Will you allow him to be cross-examined or not? He's under oath.
I'll reserve with regard to the subject matter, because Mr. Mancini is an excellent attorney, and I'm sure he has ulterior motives for his cross-examination. So I'll follow it with regard to what he said about the liquor license application, subject to whatever your solicitor has to say about that.
Sure.
I was confused. I don't know what
He can
said.
cross-examine him with reference to that which he testified to.
Oh,
Okay.
of course.
Thank you.
Mr. Holberg, good to see you again. Mr. Holberg, you testified that when you purchased the property, you purchased the property. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and you purchased the parking is what you said. Is that correct?
I purchased the land area, improvements thereon.
Did you purchase the Did you purchase the parking?
Well, part of it's parking and part of it's improvements.
Okay, what did you consider to be the improvements, and how did you distinguish the improvements from the parking?
Okay, well, vertical structures and associated parking that went with it.
Did you purchase the building that at the time was owned by Beach Street Realty?
The casino building was owned by Beach Street Realty when I bought it.
Did you purchase that improvement, that vertical improvement as you testified?
No, that's personal property. I purchased the real estate under it.
Did you purchase the real estate under it, or did you purchase a lease agreement that governed the real estate under the building?
No, I purchased the land under it.
And what due diligence at the time, at the time that you purchased the improvements and the property, what due diligence did you do with respect to parking?
I looked at what was on record and what Gilbane had handed me. There was parking given out to the library, Trio, and there was a lot of cross easements over there. It took a long time to figure it out.
Okay, so can you do, if you recall, and you seem like you're very knowledgeable with respect to parking. So what documents did you review relative to the amount of parking spaces that you were purchasing to accommodate the vertical structures that were part of your acquisition?
There was a survey.
Okay. And do you recall who did that survey?
There was one on record that I looked at, and I also had one that Gilbane had given me. I don't know who prepared it.
Okay. And at the time that you purchased the building, was it your understanding that the parking spaces were dedicated to your tenants or the tenants that were existing at that shopping plaza?
It's confusing. I don't know which parking spots you're talking about. There's a lot of cross easements.
Just listen to my question. So at the time that you purchased the property, did you believe that parking spaces were assigned or dedicated to the tenants of this these shopping plaza?
There were 71.
That's not my question. Listen to my question. At the time that you purchased the property, did you understand that the parking spaces were dedicated to the tenants of the shopping plaza you were purchasing, the improvements that you testified to?
They're not dedicated to specific tenants.
Were they assigned to specific tenants?
They're not assigned to specific tenants.
All right, so you agree with me that the parking spaces are not dedicated to specific tenants and they're not assigned to specific tenants, correct?
I'm testifying that there were 71 spots, and they were, whenever I've gone to apply for anything, I had to prove 4 parking spaces per 1,000 foot of floor area.
Okay, so my question is, were or are the parking spaces, the 71 parking spaces that you say? So let me back up then. Is it your understanding, or was it your understanding, let me back up. At the time that you purchased the property, was it your understanding that you were purchasing 71 parking spaces that accommodated the vertical structures that you described?
Along with cross easements.
Okay. So we're going to get to the cross easements.
Okay.
All right. But let's talk about the 71 parking spaces. When did you decide, or when did you determine that there existed 71 parking spaces at that property?
I'm not sure when, but it was during my due diligence process.
Okay, so prior to your purchase?
It was around that time when I was analyzing, yes.
Okay. So you would agree with me that prior to your purchase, you discerned that 71 parking spaces accommodated that shopping plaza?
Along with cross easements.
Okay.
So, I mean,
Keep the cross easements aside.
I understand.
Simple question.
71 spaces dedicated, well, not dedicated. They were in fact
Were they
encumbered.
assigned?
They were encumbered.
Okay, so what's encumbered mean?
People, other occupants have the right to use those spaces,
So
including.
who are the occupants?
Well, I can tell you that the residential units with the retail spaces below, they have rights to those 71 spaces.
So you, being a real estate broker appraiser, astute real estate investor, you, during your due diligence, discovered that there were only 71 parking spaces that accommodated the tenants that you were going to acquire the property. And those 71 parking spaces were already encumbered by other users?
Yes, however, in my due diligence, I have additional, because I have easements across other parking spaces beyond the 71.
So you have other parking spaces that your tenants can use beyond the 71?
That other people within that whole Pier Marketplace.
Can use those spaces?
Cross easement.
Okay. So can your tenants use those other parking spaces?
Yes, they can.
Okay, can Narragansett Casino use those other parking spaces?
I'm guessing.
I
I don't know that they can.
What are you guessing about?
I'm guessing that they can use
Let's
those.
back up. I'm sorry,
Let him finish his answer, Mr. Mancini. You asked a question, let him finish his answer.
Oh, he's doing a great job.
No, you need to let him finish. You're
This is
interrupting.
the part when he
Please,
stutters.
can we just please let the
You
gentleman,
want to testify.
I don't want to be tricked.
please let the gentleman finish answering the
You were
question.
testifying earlier, so I'm going to put you on the.
Mr. Mancini?
You're going to put me under oath.
All right, let's this is what we get. Yeah, the truth is this is what happens. I'll finish, I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you.
Can Mike finish his answer?
Yes.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Can we read back the question so he can answer?
No, and then read back the answer so we can look at it. So my question to you is, what are you guessing about? You said you don't know, you're guessing.
Yeah.
What's your guess?
My guess is that lease is 80-some pages long, and there's some language in there about it, and I don't recall off the top of my head.
So my question is, when you did your due diligence, did you discern at all what parking spaces would be attributed to Narragansett Casino or the user of that building?
At the time, it was used as a movie theater in prior use. It was vacant when it was abandoned when I bought it. And I was used as a movie theater, and I thought that it had to continue being used as a movie theater.
Without parking?
Well, I don't know what, I'd have to go back to that lease. That's why I didn't want to answer you.
But is it your understanding that that theater may be, we'll strike that, was it your understanding that the theater could be only used as a theater going forward, correct?
I thought, yes, that's what it was approved
So
for.
my question to you is.
Not
where-
liquor.
Okay, where was that theater going to get parking spaces?
I'm not sure.
So you didn't know?
Right.
Now, you referenced the plan, and this was submitted by your attorney tonight as an exhibit. Do you have this plan? Do you
I've
recognize
seen
this
so many
document?
of them. It looks
Well, this is the
familiar.
one you submitted tonight.
Okay.
Okay, do you recognize the one you
Yes.
submitted tonight?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recognize on the bottom, can you read that name there? What's that say?
Chris Palmer.
Okay, do you recognize Mr. Palmer's name?
Only through this.
Okay, but do you recognize, am I correct to assume that you saw this plan at the time that you purchased the property, the Narragansett Pier?
I went into the vault and I saw that on record.
Okay, and when you saw this on record, did you recognize the parking easements that were referenced in this plan?
There was language. I don't know that I
Okay, did you
put them
read this
side by
language
side.
that said, parking easement plan? Does that ring a bell to you?
Yeah, yes.
Okay, and you testified earlier that there are cross easements.
Yes.
What's a cross easement?
For example, these residential units with a retail space below have the right to use my parking. Okay?
And you
So
say-
they cross easement, so they can cross over it, much like the entrance.
So when you say your parking, so is it your understanding that you own the parking there?
I own that area. I have rights to, the ones, some of them were eased out. The ones that I have remaining that aren't exclusively eased the number is 71.
So it's your understanding that you control or own 71 parking spaces?
But have easements on them.
Okay. And my question to you is, you stated that the condo unit owners have the right to use those 71 parking spaces.
Yes.
Okay. And why do you believe that Narragansett Casino does not have the right to use those 71 parking spaces?
They have a right to some of them,
Okay.
not all of them.
Why would they have a right to some but not all?
Well, because the town requires, I don't know how this plan came to be.
Is your understanding that the town limits the amount of spaces the Narragansett Casino building can utilize?
No, the town dictates how many spaces that you need per 1,000 square feet.
Now, you also testified that Tsunami, am I saying that right? Tsunama. And Tsunama is your tenant, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And does Tsunama, pursuant to your lease agreement, how many parking spaces did you dedicate to Tsunama's use?
Well, I had to give them 4 spaces per 1,000 square feet in order for them to get their license.
And how did you do that?
I signed an application.
Did you give them a lease that includes parking as part of the lease?
They have parking, but it's not exclusive.
Okay, so what does that mean?
They have rights to it. As far as the town goes to get the license, I had to prove that I had 4 spaces per 1,000 square feet.
So you said they have parking which is not exclusive.
Yes.
So what does that mean?
Well, they have the rights to use those 71 spaces.
How's that different from Narragansett Casino?
There was no liquor license at the time. I had to prove, in Agave Social, I had to prove that I had 4 spaces, or the license was, it wouldn't even be heard before the council we couldn't approve it.
So you know this document, right? August 9th, 2023? You submitted it.
Okay, well, I can't read it, but.
Objection. He didn't submit that. Is that the report?
Yeah.
He didn't, you mean to the town? No,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I submitted.
Yeah, on his behalf.
No, I thought you meant as part of the application. I withdraw the application.
So did you authorize your attorney to submit these documents?
If he did, I did.
Did you review them prior to his submission?
At one point, I did.
At what point?
I don't recall, John.
Was it within the last 48 hours,
No.
last week?
I would say within the last.
So then you're not aware of the fact,
Mr. Mancini, can you just please speak closer to the mic?
so you're not aware of the fact that Agave's parking includes 76 parking seats, includes 102 parking spaces?
Agave didn't need 102.
According to the planning board, it did.
No.
Did you read that?
That's not, they wouldn't need 100 spaces for Agave.
So
They would probably need,
So you disagree with the findings of fact from the planning department?
I think 102 would be an unrealistic number for a 2,000 square foot restaurant.
But you disagree, but do you agree that that's what the planning board recommended, or based on the law?
The law of 102 parking spaces for 2,000, that can't be the law.
Okay. That's not, that's,
That can't be the law.
no. So let's get it right. So
Can't be the law.
it's 102 seats. How many parking spaces did your planning board recommend?
In that urban renewal district, no matter what you do, forget the seats. The ordinance is 4 parking spaces per 1,000. I don't care what business it is.
So is it your opinion that Narragansett Casino does not have 4 parking spaces available to it?
Well, that would be for 1,000 square feet of usable area.
So my question is it your understanding that Narragansett Casino doesn't have 4 parking spaces available?
I don't know what they have.
Okay, so is it your understanding, is it your testimony that Narragansett Casino has no parking?
I'm saying that there are only 7 spaces that aren't accounted for there. And those spaces are cross-eased. Other people can use them.
So is it your testimony that Narragansett Casino cannot use any of the 71 spaces that are at the Narragansett Pier?
I think that they can use some. They do use some.
Excuse me,
But-
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
Me or John?
You.
Oh, I think that they do use them.
And at the Agave Social liquor license, how many parking spaces did you assign to that establishment?
4 per 1,000. I don't know. I'm going to guess 5 spaces.
And again, but they're not assigned per lease agreement, correct?
Not, a parking stall is not assigned specific to them, but it had to be I had to prove that it existed for them to get a liquor license.
And you've testified tonight that undoubtedly, it will affect their business, correct?
Today, they're affected today.
Okay, so you use the word undoubted.
Yeah, that's true.
And you said that you met with the tenants. When did you meet with the tenants, and which tenants did you meet?
I met with Tsunama last night. In fact, I encouraged them to come here tonight.
Okay, did they?
They did not.
Okay. And did they sign an affidavit to you or to the board that they will be economically impacted by this liquor license?
No, but I know on every Friday and Saturday night, I'm getting a phone call at 7 o'clock.
Okay, but my question is, did they sign an affidavit to you or to this board that they would be economically impacted by this license?
They did not. They verbalized it.
Okay, it was in writing, it was by verbal at the meeting you had, where you encouraged them to come tonight to voice their objection, correct?
I've had several meetings with them, but last night, recent as last night.
And with respect to Tsunama, did they tell you that they would be economically impacted by the issuance of this license?
Today they are, without the license.
And did either one of those two businesses threaten to leave or break their lease with you if this liquor license was issued?
Well, it's up for lease renewal right now, and they've talked about leaving.
Okay, so if they leave, will that allow more parking spaces for Narragansett Casino?
You know, I don't know. They have probably 4 or 5 spaces available for their license. I don't know. They haven't left yet.
Okay, but it's your understanding that if there's a good potential they will, based upon the issuance of this license?
Well, even as it stands today.
You testified, will you consent to, let me ask you this, will you consent to Narragansett Casino's license, will you consent to Narragansett Casino's application for a liquor license?
No,
Okay. And you have not, and is it correct that you have not consented to that liquor license?
that's correct.
And is it your understanding that under the lease agreement, you're required to consider that you are required not to withhold consent unreasonably?
Objection. This has nothing to do with this testimony.
Well,
For the issue of the insufficiency of the park, I think it underscores it, and I object.
So I've moved on from parking. My brother testifies that this license has to be signed by the owner. But the owners refused to sign the liquor license, despite the fact that the lease obligates them to consent to the...
Objection. That's a misrepresentation.
I was never asked to sign that license.
I just asked you. I just asked you right now.
That's
You said
news
no.
to me.
Well, I'm
That's
going to ask
news
you
to
again.
me.
Will you consent to the submission of the liquor license to the board?
Well, I'm going to take a look at everything then. I'm going to take a look at the
But
parking.
You testified before, no. So now, what reasons would you have not to consent to the liquor license?
Parking,
Okay. And what is the issue with parking?
insufficient parking.
How is that different from Agave and Tsunami and the other tenants that you have on site, as well as the condo unit owners that also want that parking?
Everybody wants it. So because they're smaller spaces, it's, I provide the necessary parking for their area.
So is it your testimony that you only want cars the size of a Toyota Prius to use the parking? Other bigger cars can't? He said the size of the parking spaces.
I don't mean the dimensions of it. I'm not talking about the dimensions of the parking
I'm
spaces.
sorry, what are you referring to? You said
The
the
number.
size is small.
The number of parking spaces.
And how is that different from the parking spaces that are being used by the other tenants that you have at the site? How does, strike that, how is Narragansett Casino a different tenant than the other tenants that you have at the Narragansett Pier property?
They have less parking requirements.
So is it your opinion that the Narragansett Casino building can't be used for any use that requires parking?
No.
So that building is simply a useless building if it requires parking? In your
No,
opinion?
I didn't say that.
Okay,
It
but
can be used for other uses.
as long as it doesn't require parking, is that your opinion?
A liquor license would require more parking. They can continue to do what they're doing there today. They're open for business today.
Mr. Mancini, how much more of this is there?
Yeah, I'm good, thanks. I'm good. I just wanted some follow-up comments, if I may, and then I'll sit.
Can we have just a little bit of redirect on that testimony?
Sure, but please, let's just wrap it up. I mean, we're being mindful of time here. I know I can't restrict anyone from talking, but just want to be mindful of the time. I think both sides have done more than their due diligence to express each side's opinion.
I agree, and I just want to close with this, and I appreciate Mr. Doherty's accolades, but I should say it's very easy to win when you read the cases, especially the cases Mr. Doherty submits, and I think he would win more too if you read his own cases, because when you read the case that he submitted, which is Prada versus City of Providence, and you go to page 14, it says exactly what we're arguing, and that is the issue of how to calculate objections from condominiums have been raised in prior department decisions. In that decision, the square footage of each condominium was added to the square footage of the radius. End of story. So why is Mr. Doherty arguing that we don't have jurisdiction when his radius map is not accurate? It eliminates two significant condominium associations. It simply takes them right out of the survey. And let me show you. So
We have it in front of us. We don't need to see it.
So you see it, so you know it. And why didn't they not include the entire square footage of oceanside condos? And why did they not include the entire square footage of Courtway condos? they include a small sliver, and they say, for example, Assessor's Plat D, lot 181 CM, Courtway condos. They say that what the area included in that radius area is 766 square feet. But the case law my brother's site says that the square footage of each condominium was added to the square footage of the radius. So you have to add all of those condo units, land underneath it. And the same with the Oceanside condo units. It's the same thing. So the square footage is to be the land and not the buildings, is what the case law says. It's the land. So I'm not saying you have to include the square footage of someone's living room and bathroom and bedroom, but you certainly have to include the entirety of the plat. They didn't do that, and they didn't even verify. I mean, how do you confirm that that sliver is 766 square feet? Or the area which affronts lot 425A is 2,121 square feet. The same with the 38.88 square feet of lot 181-3. So I think the board sees this for what it is. I acknowledge Mr. Doherty's appeal. I welcome it. I don't think that it should be used as a scare tactic to the board, but the board has done its job. And I'll end with this. I mean, my brother brings up the planning board memo, both the one for Agave, August 9, 2023, and look at the one dated October 21, 2022. The planning board reviewed this as a redevelopment, and they reviewed it for a redevelopment of both the first floor and the second floor. The applicant never went forward with the second floor expansion, which was the sports bar. They're solely using the existing square footage of what was the theater to be a theater and expanded it, that same square footage, expanded the use to a gaming or a casino, video games and the like. And the board ultimately said the planning board votes to recommend approval for rehabilitation of the function hall into multi-purpose facility, conversion of the second floor fitness center to a sports bar, following the components to be addressed in detail to the satisfaction of the town council. Nothing in there talked about parking. So I think the parking is a farce. I think that's been shown, and I think the radius map is flawed. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Doherty, I recommend please just keeping
I'm
it
going to be very brief.
Thank you.
Again, obfuscation, smoke, mirrors, misrepresentation as to what the holding is. I do read my cases. I've got cases reported. I pride myself on doing a good job in my research and my familiarity with the law. If you look at the page 14, what they were talking about was not including the entirety of the entire condominium complex. It was the members who objected, who owned their condos in addition to that proportion of the common area. So that's what they were doing, is they were calculating what the percentage of ownership was in each of those individual spaces and the proportion ownership of the common area that each of those individual condominium owners who objected comprised in terms of percentages. So that's a bunch of nothing burger, what he just raised right there. That product case is established law, and that's going to be the primary juggernaut if you unwisely choose to grant this application. That's what the problem is going to be. In addition, this whole nonsense about, well, Narragansett Casino can use all of these 71 parking spaces as well. That's not the way it works with the liquor license. They didn't have a liquor license. They came into the property and so did Mr. Hallberg prior to their coming into their purchase of the building, with existing conditions on the ground that didn't include the fact that they had been not operating for a long, long time. What's going on here is he's attempting to make the argument that because there's 71 spaces, ignore everyone who's already using all those spaces and the huge demand for those spaces at any given time of the day or evening, and let them rush to fill them before anyone else. That's not the way liquor licensing approval goes. You have to see whether or not they have parking available to it. And under no circumstances do they have that available to it, because the existing businesses already put the pressure on that area. You heard the testimony of Mr. Hallberg. While Mr. Mancini tried to bump him up, he got nothing out of that. There was no existing operations going on at the time that they unwisely chose to purchase this building that had no parking to support these banquet facilities and these function rooms that they're trying to service 305 people with. You got to deny this. And if you don't, the DVR will. Thank you.
Thank you. I would,
Very briefly, Attorney Stevens
okay.
started. I was not here at the last application or when this application was before the board. I think my Mr. Doherty, has cited sufficient documentation and evidence to say that this has to be remanded to the planning board for an opinion, and would request that you do that prior to rendering one as a council. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else from the public who hasn't spoken on this already this evening please come forward? Dr. Alba. And just as a reminder, friendly reminder to everyone that we do have another public hearing that we would like to get going as well. So just as a reminder.
Dr. Al Alba, 24 Eagles Nest Terrace.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So
I
help you
do.
God? And your name again, please?
Dr. Albert Alba.
Thank you.
Thank you. So as you all know, I've been following the Procaciante Paolino situation, the parking saga. In many ways, this is similar in many respects. Mr. Procaciante and Mr. Paolino thought they could do whatever they wanted on that building, but they couldn't. Okay, they did not have a fee simple ownership. They were on leased land. So when they decided to neglect the property, there were consequences. The RIDM terminated the lease. In fact, on the State of the State, Albert Alba, you go on YouTube, I think I got over 1,200 views, 1,300 views, more than anyone else by far, more than the governor, more than Mr. Cicilline, Senator Cicilline, many other dignitaries. But in any event, I think Mr. Doherty and his clients are right in this case. When he bought this property out, it was not, a liquor license was not granted. Therefore, they signed the lease with the intent that they were projecting how many parking spots will be in that area based on its use at that time, its intended use. So you cannot just give a business carte blanche and allow them to expand or change the venue, which is going to increase the amount of parking spaces, which were unplanned for. I mean, Procaciante and Paolino, I was told today, were given a partial tax abatement, which out of all due respect to all of you, in Providence, they're actually charging a surcharge on taxes on parking to offset the loss of revenue that the town is receiving. So I hope you can reconsider that ruling on giving them, billionaires, corporate billionaires, a tax abatement. You know, we have the legislation with Mr. Craven approving an increase in Providence of over 4% in one given year. So the point is, I don't want my taxes to go up because Procaciante and Paolino are giving an abatement. It's mind-boggling to me, so I hope you can reconsider this. And on another note, like I said, he owns the land. The lease was signed, and it did not have any statement in there that going forward, after X amount of years, I would like to have a liquor license put in there. So I do have to agree with Mr. Doherty in this respect. And also, another concern, as just someone who, I don't drink excessively, but I do know, from studying biology and whatnot, if one is not eating and consuming food and having a menu, then just going in there and having drinks can increase the likelihood of someone getting drunk. Because if you're not having a sit-down venue or eating food with a formal menu or whatnot, then it could increase the chance. So this is another concern of mine. We have seen the situation in Boone Street Market, and I'm not casting blame there, but we have seen issues over there. And people were, there were issues of public urination and whatnot, and people acting ridiculous on the outside. Hopefully, God willing, this summer that'll be done with, because I'm a moderate. I do like small businesses, but on the other hand, liquor can be potent. We all know that. We lost 2 young men last year going down that hill, and 1 girl was critically hurt. Critically. So alcoholism is a disease. We all know that. But irrespective of that, when the owner signed that lease for this company, for this business, he was under the assumption that it would not be serving liquor. So if he, in his mind, felt that there's going to be so much parking spaces available, so much traffic in that area, with it not being a liquor establishment, then to me, you have to respect that decision of the owner. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public wish to comment? Yes, Ms. Amoroso. And just,
Hi,
Would you raise
Susan
your right-
Amoruso.
I have to swear you in first, please.
Oh, I thought I'm saying my name.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. And your name and spell it?
Susan, it's Suzan, Amoruso, Amoruso.
Thank you.
Okay? Well, listening to this, I feel like we're on a public defender thing here. I'm saying, like, why is this parking such an issue for a liquor license? And I'm getting texts from people, like, are you really there? Are you really listening to this? And I'm thinking of all the liquor licenses that have been granted by the town council through many town councils. And we've never gone through anything like this. And I think it's unrealistic to think that a business can survive in today's world without having beer and wine. And all the movie theaters that you go to offer it now. It's just, and I don't think people are getting drunk watching a movie, but I could be wrong. So I just think it's beyond. And if this gets drawn out in court, let it. But this isn't court, and we're getting dispositions and challenges. And even talking about hot dogs, well, New York System applied for a liquor license too. And do we see other restaurants differently that don't have adequate parking? I mean, the Coast Guard House, the Shore House, you can just go on. And it's not just here. We're focusing on the pier, but down in Galilee, there's a huge demand there. And every time a liquor license came up is, okay, what kind of security? Are you going to supervise it? Do you have insurance for the liquor? Are you going to be playing music? What time is the music going to stop? This is a self-contained business. And every other time the other restaurants came forward in this area and said, we want to have a liquor license, the other town council said, it's great, we need to bring in more. Because when you have more restaurants in an area, people say, oh, look, I didn't know that was there. So they're drawn into the area. I just think this is way beyond. And if it has to go to the courts, and somebody texted me about Boone Street, said they don't have the parking spaces that they were guaranteed with their liquor license. They're still functioning. I feel like this establishment is being singled out. And I don't know what the cause is, but I don't think that's our job. I think let it be battled out in court. I think it's sad that we can't just support a business. Thank you.
thank you. Anyone else from the public who hasn't spoken yet who wishes to do so? Speak now and forever hold your peace. Okay. So I appreciate both sides, and I appreciate everyone's
Mr.
patience.
President?
Yes.
You might want to consider closing the public hearing and then begin your discussion. That would be a motion.
Oh, so we don't discuss to build a consensus before we close the public hearing?
Usually you close the public hearing, that means no one else will testify, and then you begin to testify, to debate the evidence as you see fit.
Motion to close the public hearing.
Oh, hold on, I just want to confirm with one more time with the public that there's no other else. Okay, thank you. Mr. Durkin?
Motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. All right, now so do I read the motion as written before discussing? I just want to make sure that I'm being clear here.
When a motion is made, it should include the identifying aspects that talks about the name of the corporation and the plat and lot number, et cetera. But right now, you don't have to do that. You're probably just trying to see if there's a consensus on the issues, I would
Okay.
think.
So with that being said,
Yep.
and there's going to be an agenda item as written and proposed, a motion to approve, I would like to take this opportunity to speak to the council to develop a general consensus. I will start with Mr. Durkin if he wishes to kick us off with any feedback. And I do, again, want to thank everyone who came forth to speak, not only tonight for the couple of hours to speak on this liquor license approval, but also at the previous meeting, who also spoke for a couple of hours on this issue. So with that, Mr. Durkin, any thoughts, comments?
Yes. So the biggest thoughts that I had were the planning board, the 99-year lease, and the fact that I think that this council feels from the testimony of the applicant that they're not going to run a gin mill. That's not their intention. Their intention is to serve alcohol with whatever business they have going on there now and maybe to improve it. I've walked through that building. So I think when we talk about this further, we should come up with some kind of like, they've already testified that, you know, they only wanted to stay open till 11. They didn't want to have a bar. So they don't want martinis. It's only limited to beer and wine. So I think that's a big fact. I question the, oh my God, the going back to the planning board. But it has gone to the planning board. I think we all know what we're looking at down there. I'm not sure what they would add to our decision-making. And I was under the impression, like, if you had a 99-year lease from my real estate background, that you had a different, like, is a 20-year lease and a 99-year lease treated the same way under the law, or is there a 99-year lease something different?
It's not the law necessarily, it's the banks that treat it as though it's ownership if it's a 99-year lease.
Oh, okay, so it's
Yeah.
the mortgage and all that stuff. Yeah, so that's probably just a misnomer. And this is two 99-year leases, right?
Yeah, I believe so, yeah.
Yeah, so, I mean, my personal thoughts are that we, you know, I mean, I'm in favor of people having liquor licenses, you know, if it's reasonable. There is a parking issue. I think, you know, if they're not trying to expand the use of that property, and that property is, you know, I remember going there when it was busy. And, you know, they had multiple movies there like a normal movie theater would have. And it was active and full at different times that I remember. I remember a pretty cool bar right at the south end of the building that, you know, was operating there, some kind of surf bar that me and my wife used to go to a lot. I don't remember anything upstairs, but to be able to go to the movies and have a beer and wine, because you can do that up in South Kingstown, and that's the only other movie theater I know around here. So I just think it would be unfair not to issue the license, but with some types of restrictions. That's my thoughts.
What kind of restrictions would you propose?
Well, I think they, you know, I'd have to ask Mr. Mancini, but somebody testified about no bar, close at 11.
Well, we're no longer in
Dinner
a
with
public
food.
hearing, so I just want to,
Oh, well, that's what I remember. I think maybe, I don't know if somebody else took notes of that, but I just remember closing at 11. It was just going to be beer and wine, and it was to be served with food. But I guess, I didn't picture people just going in there to drink in my mind. And I don't think the owners appear to want that either. I guess that could change if they sold it, but I think they'd have to come back for a transfer of liquor license or something like that.
and we can also modify those specific stipulations. As long as we develop a consensus at this time to approve a liquor license, those specifics could be worked out at a later time, just as a reminder.
Yeah,
So,
I mean,
but it sounds like you're in favor of awarding this liquor license.
Yeah, I mean, I think I would vote in favor.
Okay, just again, developing a consensus. Councilor Vignelli, any thoughts or comments?
First, that was very educational. I really enjoyed that, going back and forth and all that you had to bring forward to us. I think that the parking was an issue, but I do believe Mr. Mancini brought out a very good point that the Narragansett Casino should not be different in their use of the parking space, just like any of the other residents or tenants that are there. And so I thought that was a very, very good point. I also agree with Councilman Durkin. I mean, I know if you go to the South County cinemas, you can go in, you can get a glass of wine, or you can have a beer, and you could just go watch a movie. I don't see it as somewhere where people are going to go specifically for that purpose. I think that, now that other businesses and movie theaters are doing that, I think it's important that they be able to continue with what's happening in other venues similar to theirs. I know they have, the kind of things for the kids, but the movie theaters also has movies for children. So I think, they should be able to have the same type of opportunities as other venues similar.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Colonies?
I was watching an episode of Boston Legal right in front of me. It was amazing. I've had a lot of families come talk to me about this. Sorry, my friend, but having your children being able to play in an arcade while you're sitting back and having a wine is a great thing. So I have no issues with that whatsoever. I agree that you should be able to have a beer and a wine. I'm also pro-business and pro-liquor licenses. I'm sure all of you know that already about me. I have no problem with this. I would like to see it move forward.
Thank you, Councilor Torielde.
I too would like to see this move forward in favor of anything that can try and bring some foot traffic to the pier. However, I think we're kind of overlooking that. Were we to approve this, this is likely going to go directly to DBR, and they are going to be the final authority on this. So if we approve this, it's more or less, I don't want to say out of our hands at that point, but they will certainly, based on what Mr. Doherty has said, be taking an interest in a look at this. So let that be noted. And again, I am in favor of this. So I say let's vote.
Okay, thank you. So I appreciate each of the council members sharing their thoughts. My final thoughts are, I can see the validity and the arguments on both sides. From my own perspective and from having reviewed the extensive amount of testimony, hearing from former Town Council President Jesse Pugh, who came forth at the last Town Council meeting voicing his support to grant this liquor license and believes just as much as I do that this is a way of acting and showing that good faith and supporting a very reputable local business. And then again, the issue with parking, I grew up going to that cinema as well. And I've also gone to the Narragansett Casino as well. I understand, as it currently stands, that it's BYOB. And as former Town Council President Jesse Pugh alluded, is that this is, I don't believe that you're going to see a significant increase in the number of patrons who are coming to drink at this establishment. It will just allow this establishment to get paid for the liquor that's already being consumed on the premises. And with that, again, when parking is an issue, it's not unique to the Narragansett Casino. It's an issue for all of the businesses in the Pier area. Dr. Alba brought up Boone Street Market. Yes, parking is an issue there. That is being handled and addressed separately. But there are a lot of different considerations that need to be met when addressing liquor licenses. And parking, I believe, is related, but it's a bigger issue, not unique to the Narragansett Casino. It's related to all businesses in the Pier area. And that is something that I know this council is passionately, looking to address, is the issues and concerns of parking, not only unique to the Pier Market area, but all neighborhoods around that area as well. So with that being said, I too support this initiative as well. And with that, I would like to move, is there a motion to approve a Class B victualler limited alcohol license for Narragansett Casino, LLC DBA Narragansett Casino, located at Assessor's Plat C, Lot 181-1AS 11 Pier Marketplace, Narragansett, Rhode Island?
I make that motion.
Second?
Any final discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. And with that, we're going to take a brief recess, hopefully just 3 minutes, and then we'll go right into the next public hearing. Thank you. All right, let's continue on with our second public hearing of the evening. Is there a motion to hold a public hearing on an ordinance, an amendment of Appendix A of the Code of Ordinances of the Town of Narragansett, Rhode Island, entitled Zoning, specifically amendments related to the 2024 General Assembly legislative session?
So moved.
Second?
Moved by Colony, seconded by Vignali. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. So I just want to reread the suggested action before we go in to this again, just as a friendly reminder, because it just seems like there's always a zoning amendment or ordinance being discussed in every town council meeting of late. So I just want to reread what is being addressed here. And this is being presented from Jill Sabo, Community Development Director. And the suggested action is in June 2024, several bills were passed into law by the Rhode Island General Assembly that impact city and town zoning ordinances. Some of the recent changes in the Zoning Enabling Act were to clarify mandates that occurred in 2023, and other changes are new. Staff and board members identified each new statute that would require revisions to the zoning ordinance and drafted revisions as needed. The vast majority of the changes to the zoning ordinances presented are either definitional in nature or clarifications to previous changes made by the state. On July 16th, 2024, and December 17th, 2024, the Planning Board reviewed the drafted amendments, deliberated on the text, modified the suggested findings, and voted to recommend this attached draft to the Town Council. The proposed ordinance amendments have been noticed as required by Rhode Island General Law 45-24-53 prior to the public hearing. This is a continuation of a public hearing opened on February 18th, 2025, and April 21st, 2025, and May 19th, 2025. And as a reminder, the changes marked in blue in the ordinance attached are reflective of Town Council discussions at the April 21st and May 19th public hearings. So with that being said, I would like to just confirm with our solicitor that everything as described is sound and accurate, and that everything with the exception of the two additions requested at previous town council meetings was shared and proposed and brought forth to us by the planning board to align to the state statutes that went into law in July 2024.
Right. These proposed amendments were drafted and put to the planning board back in the summer of 2024. This was delayed at the last council level. It came to you again, I think in January, and you've been dealing with it ever since. We've made a change to restrict any ADU to a minimum 12-month lease based on the discussion at last meeting. That's in section D of 7.36. And I think notably, this is purely a town codification of a state law that's already in place. If someone came to the town with an ADU proposal that met these requirements, I don't think Wayne would have any real ability to deny a ADU at this point. This is purely a reflection of what's been passed in the state. We reviewed other towns, what they've done in relation to ADUs. Some towns have codified the ordinance, some haven't, and Narragansett has chosen to do this, it seems, this 12-month limitation, which is what you reflected based on the public hearing last time, and I think that's where it stands now. It's in writing, it's advertised, and we're here tonight.
And just as a reminder, the 12-month limitation that was recommended by Councilor Durkin could you just stipulate what that means in regards to whether or not an ADU could be used and rented as a short-term rental under this definition?
The language is any ADU established pursuant to the terms of this chapter utilized as a rental shall be leased for a term no less than 12 consecutive months.
Thank you. And then, again, just to reiterate, and I appreciate the planning board's extensive review of all of these definitions that the state had put into law. I know after talking with Mr. Brady and with other members on the planning board that there was an extensive review process done of these definition changes, as well as Jill Sabo as well. We've heard her and members of the planning board testify, the many hours that were put into the vetting and reviewing of these definitions as well. So again, I appreciate and recognize the amount of time that was put into this. And I also recognize that we are almost a year after this was put into effect. I did have the opportunity to speak with Wayne as well, as you had alluded as well, that there really isn't much that can be done, even though there isn't anything currently in place in regards to ADUs. The state statute stipulates by definition, we just haven't codified this into our own law, that there wouldn't be much in which he could do as an exception to an ADU. Is that correct?
You've done more than already is mandated by state law, which is your prerogative, and it's a good thing. So I think you've made improvements, and that's positive.
Thank you. Does any of the council members have any questions or comments before I turn it over to the general public for questions or comments?
I do. I just wanted to say, I was ready to go with this the last time until I found out that the ADUs were not 12 months or more. So that's the only reason why I thought it needed to be continued. So I think it's there.
Thank you. And just again, as a reminder, nope, we've already referenced everything. So I will open it up to the general public. Dr. Alba, please come forth.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Dr. Albert Alba, 24 Eagles Nest Terrace.
Thank you.
First of all, I do want to thank you for putting forth the 1-year minimum requirement. I'm happy to see that. My question is enforcement. I have this South County rentals page, which I created, which has well over 5,000 members. It's successful. I support rentals. I had a rental in Narragansett. I had a yearly rental. Probably, no question about it, it cost me a lot of money because if I had a seasonal rental, but I wanted families. I had beautiful families. They were able to rent that particular property out. And I also, when we had the previous town council, I know they felt what they were doing was best in their hearts, and I know you're doing what's best in your hearts. But I had to speak out, saying, I do feel that these restrictions on short-term rentals were too restrictive, and I also, I was a supporter of 4 and no more. Then we went down to 3, and now we have 5. So we have 5. And as our town solicitor brought out, well, we have to follow the state statutes. Well, the reason why we had the state statutes which came forth was because the state says we have to increase the amount of affordable housing. We all know that. We have a shortage of housing. But one size does not fit all. In the town of Narragansett, it would be idealistic for any of us to believe that if we increase the amount of housing, we're going to increase the amount of affordable housing. I mean, on Clark Road, where the Narragansett Parks and Recreation Center is located, it's beautiful. They have a beautiful affordable housing complex. So it'd be appreciated if the state looked at Narragansett and said, look what we have at Clark Road. It's working there in Narragansett. Let's create something like this in another part of Narragansett. Because I am frightened when people reach out to me. With the previous town council, we heard, when there was an outcry from people from Eastwood, look, this is in my backyard. We can't have peace at night. We can't sleep at night. And now I think it's a situation where people are having learned helplessness. Like, we're just going to have to live with this. This is coming down by the state legislators. But the state legislators aren't in tune with Narragansett. And I know President Alexander Mendez was excellent on our school committee. Right? He did a wonderful job, and I commend him for that. He has a passion. He went to Narragansett school systems. I believe Ryan did too. So you guys really care about Narragansett. You have a love for Narragansett. But my concern is, if we go down this road, down the road, we might not have a Narragansett high school. Where I live in Riverfront Estates, in the past years, we had 3, 4, 5, 6 students graduating this year. This year, we have one. So our town council can argue, rightfully so, that we should not be required to increase the building density for many, many reasons. And if we do go down this route with the ADUs, we have to be concerned about our sewer capacity. We have to be concerned about people who have septics. So we can't give any one individual carte blanche, saying, well, the state says that we can have an ADU, so you know what, I want my ADU. We can't reason that way. We also can't reason that because we're putting a statute in that's saying it's a one year minimum, that everyone's going to comply. All you have to do is go on my South County Rhode Island rentals page. It has well over 5,500 people. It's growing every year. And you see these summer short-term rentals that have three or 4 bedroom that's being rented out to 10, 12 people. You go on the Airbnb. They don't hide it. How many people do you want? Way over capacity for the 5 maximum. So what happens in the summertime? Our 5 limit maximum gets thrown out the window, and people have carte blanche, do whatever they want, with no consequences. And I'm not blaming you people, because you guys just got in here. It's previous town councils, previous zoning boards that allowed these monstrosities, these hostels to be built in 2 and 3, 4 bedroom neighborhoods. That never should have been done, and it's a shame. But I don't want to add fuel to the fire. People don't want to add fuel to the fire. So we already said it's not going to increase the number of affordable housing. More and more properties will be purchased by investors many times. And I don't know, sadly, ironically, some families are going to be driven out of here. With fewer and fewer families moving to Narragansett, like I said, our Narragansett school system may eventually be forced to close. Who knows? Warwick Vets in Warwick was forced to close. And look at the budget Warwick has. Property values will go higher and higher if, in fact, developers are allowed to come in and purchase a property where they're going to know they're going to be able to transform it, morph it into an investment property. Because a young family, when I was out to eat the other day, one of the waitresses came up to me, says, Dr. Alba, I have college kids, they graduated, they're professionals, they're making good money. They want to come back to Narragansett now. But we're scared because they can't compete against some of these investors who are buying the property out for investment. And it's true. I mean, I know Councilwoman Donna Vignali, she's taking care of her own family, which I applaud. I took care of my family for many, many years. I still do. And I praise her for that. Because it's not always easy in this day and age to live on your own. It's not. It's very expensive. So I really, out of all due respect, Town Solicitor, when you say that because the state says we have to do this, or we have to increase the density, or we have to make larger houses, permit larger houses on a set parcel of land, so what the setbacks are going to be less restrictive, that's frightening to me. Because that, to me, is going to encourage in Narragansett not more and more affordable housing, but it's going to encourage more and more investors not to buy the house to live in, but to demolish it, raise it down, and to build a 2- or 3-story rental. I saw one post the other day says, well, I can relate. On my street, we're the only house on the entire street which is not a rental. And I have no problem with people who are renting to earn an income. So these people who bought 2 or 3 bedrooms houses and they're renting it out, I don't have a problem with that. But let them play by the rules. Let them not transform this house in the summertime and morph it so that there's twice as many people that should be in there. Because by putting all these people, without having a watchdog agency, people are going to take advantage of the system. Let's face it. That's the reality. Money breeds people to be, non-thinking of the rules. We've seen it before. I hate to say Proxy-Ante and Palino, but we saw what we got now in Galilee. Did they care about breaking the rules? No. So people break the rules. But if we do not have, we could put this ADU restriction in place about a 1-year minimum, but if we're not going to watch this and get people out there, and we do have to, I urge all of you to take a look at our short-term rentals. Have people go out there, have them do periodic checks. Because if they don't, people are going to take advantage of the system. If people can make $6,000, $7,000, $8,000 in 1 week, and no one's watching over them, they're going to do that. They're going to do that. It's a sad reality, but that's life. And for the neighbors, and also for our sewer system, peace of mind, tranquility, that's going to evaporate. And sadly, if we have more, I have a colleague where I work. He's leaving next year. He goes out, we built this beautiful house down the Galilee area there, not quite in Galilee. But because these dorm-style houses built next to us, we're moving out next year. He's retiring. We're going to New Hampshire, Vermont. He has a young daughter who's in our elementary schools. We're losing her. We're losing her. We don't want to lose any more families to these people who are big-time investors. Because these families, even if you're making $200,000, $225,000 a year, you really can't, it's very difficult to compete about someone who is an investor. Mr. Durkin knows that. He's an investor. So please, let's consider all of this. So I want to thank you all for putting that restriction for a 1-year minimum for the ADUs. But to now give everyone carte blanche saying everyone could have an ADU, we can't do that. We've got to look at our sewer capacity. In fact, on the Narragansett Town Council forum page, I have videos on the effects of sewer capacity. If our sewer system, which is very old, and Mr. Brady brought this up, he and I were both trained by Dr. Frank White. I'm sure all of you heard of Dr. Frank White because he's a local. We had the engineering fluid dynamics class with him. So we know about viscous flow, we know about, the effects of the viscosity and discharge. You have to look at all these factors because the reality is if we do not get control over the amount of people who are in our summer rentals and the amount of people who are knocking down these 3 or 4 bedroom houses and then morphing them into a 7 or 8 bedroom, 10 bedroom property, which I have a picture of on the Town Council forum page, where people are using that there as a hostel. then one day, excuse my language, but the shit will hit the fan. And when that happens, sadly, we're all going to have to pay the price. You may want to consider charging a surcharge, maybe 10 or 15% on every short-term rental. And that could go into a fund for a sewage renewal or infrastructure, sewer infrastructure fund. That would be a consideration. These people who are spending $8,000 a week can well afford that 10 or 15% surcharge. So like I said, we need a system of checks and balances. That's why we have the 3 branches of government, system of checks and balances, to make sure that not one any branch has too much control. You know, I know we have the Narragansett 2100 group. I know they have their team of lawyers. But we cannot give them carte blanche. We have to think of the welfare of our community, our residents, and our future. And I love Narragansett High School. The Narragansett school system. I want to congratulate the team for winning this division tennis championship. They are so great to see. We have one of the best school systems around, and I want to keep it around. But sadly, if we keep going down this road with fewer and fewer families here, how are we going to fill those seats? Thank you.
Thank you. Who's next from the public? Anyone? Please raise your hand so I can. Thank you. Wasn't sure if you were just crossing the room.
Would you raise your right hand, please? Yes. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Would you state and spell your full name?
Sure. It's Colin Penney, ColinPenney, 1555 Shannock Road in Charlestown, and I'm here as the Executive Director of South County Habitat for Humanity. First of all, I apologize for missing the vote earlier. Again, we appreciate the opportunity. I was listening intently on my way back from a meeting in Providence. When it comes to ADUs and bringing your zoning rules up to the state standards, I think it's incredibly important. I'm currently permitting in another neighboring town where they have not updated their standards, and it's very difficult to work through the process of trying to abide by 2 different sets of rules that don't agree, and nobody dislikes it more than your town planner trying to figure it out. So I think bringing the ordinances up to meet the state standards that have been passed is critically important. I think there's some misunderstanding. It doesn't allow ADUs just to be thrown up everywhere. You still have to go through all the town processes or state processes. So if you're on a septic, you need to get permission from DEM to improve your septic. If you're already on a 3-bedroom septic and you have a 3-bedroom house, you cannot put an ADU without upgrading your septic. You still have to go through whatever town processes dictate sewer flow or water flow, go through the town engineers and get permission and show that you can, that there is, the opportunity to increase the flow and it won't be a burden on the system. So those things are already in place. So I think it's, it's not build ADUs everywhere. The fact of the matter is it'll probably be fairly minimal in Narragansett and in most communities here in Washington County. But it is one tool to increase, and in this case, which I really appreciate, year-round housing, which we know is just really critical in our communities. So I definitely encourage the council to upgrade all the ordinances to meet the town standards or the state standards and what's been passed through the legislation. So thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Zonfilo.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
So help me God.
Thank you. Would you state and spell your full name, please?
Paul, Zonfrillo.
Thank you.
7 Winwood Circle. I'm concerned about the ADUs because what is the penalty for noncompliance? There's a tremendous financial incentive involved. So, and I'm concerned because this council doesn't like to enforce the existing ordinances around housing. So for example, the college student ordinance, which was still valid in executive session, it appears that you all decided not to enforce it. There was never any record of a vote
there was never any record of what happened. So I'm curious, what is the penalty? Maybe the solicitor can enlighten us. What penalties are there if somebody doesn't lease this out for 12 months?
It would be treated as a normal zoning violation, notice sent out, and of municipal court.
So $500? $500
Per day, I believe.
per day that they're caught. And how successful have we been in prosecuting those in the past? How many have we prosecuted? None. In fact, the guy who had the gigantic sign racked up tens of thousands of dollars worth of, the guy running for governor, I think it was, a while back. Town never enforced it. So I'm concerned about the lax enforcement. You know, the last council was very close to signing with Granicus for short-term rental enforcements. And if you're not familiar with it, what it is it's a system that scrapes the internet, scrapes Airbnb, Vibro, and these other sites to see if they are compliant with the law. And sends reports accordingly. It's used by many, many municipalities. So we have no effective enforcement, and it's pretty big incentive. And I guess the question is, you know, if I'm not really convinced that somebody wouldn't have already come in and put an ADU here already. So I mean, the argument was made that we're complying with state law, but and somebody could technically just drop one in. Why haven't they done so already? So it would be nice if there were a little bit of a term, but I know that you guys want to pass this, so that's probably. And the other thing is the FAR that's in here. I didn't mention it. One of my concerns about this council is that we hear a lot about, oh, we have no choice. We have to do things under state law. But the FAR, the cellars and basements, I don't even know why Mr. Durkin's voting on that. That's tremendous financial advantage to him. But the FAR is not part of state law. And here we are, it's 10 past 10. You guys are trying to run these through as quickly as possible. I would just ask the next time there's a zoning, you know, you gave the Habitat people preference by bumping up other things to the agenda, put the casino on first. Maybe it's our turn to go first next time. Because I think some people in town might see it as an attempt to thwart our voice. But if you look around, not bad for 10 o'clock on a Monday night in the middle of a beautiful June night. So, thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else? I can't even see at this time of night. Oh, my God. Rupert, thank you. Didn't bring my glasses. Sorry, Rupert.
It's okay.
No, thank you.
I do. It's Rupert Friday, R-U-P-E-R-T, and Friday, like the day of the week, and 113 Montauk Road in Narragansett. Good evening. Actually, it's a little later than evening. Thanks for this opportunity to comment. And I'm speaking as a resident tonight. As has been discussed, nearly all of the zoning ordinance changes in front of you implement changes required by state legislation. The council is proposing 2 changes to what was drafted by the planning board, and I suggest that one of the council's proposed changes requiring year-long leases improves housing affordability in town. And the other, removing sellers from calculations for FAR, will have the opposite impact and will reduce affordability for our houses. I hope that since the hearing on May 19th, you had an opportunity to look at the 2 houses that I sent you information for that are being constructed. And if you did, you saw that FAR is not preventing people from building very large additions to their houses on small lots. The very large additions to both of those houses are being built under existing FAR calculations without any need for a variance. And both of those houses have cellars. If you exempt cellars from calculations for FAR, both of those houses, the additions to both of those houses could be even larger, up to a third larger. So I ask you to keep cellars in FAR calculations, at least until you workshop changes to FAR, as I believe you are committed to doing. If you decide to move forward with removing cellars from FAR calculations, I suggest you remove unfinished cellars, as recommended by Mark Brady after consultation with the building inspector. That would minimize the negative impact that removing cellars from FAR calculations will have on our neighborhoods. However, I want to raise a legal process point. If we remove cellars, I want to point out that that proposal is a significant change to the zoning ordinance that has not been to the planning board for review as required by state legislation. Every other aspect of this ordinance in front of you has been reviewed by the planning board and is implementing changes as been discussed in state legislation, except removing cellars from FAR. If you retain that additional change being proposed, I believe the council needs to send this back to the planning board for review as required by state law. Instead of that procedural delay, I suggest you pass the ordinance in front of you without revision to remove the cellars from the FAR calculations. Then include that discussion, the issue of cellars, in the discussion when you workshop FAR changes. With regard to the proposed language for renting ADUs, it's a good change. It's a good affordability addition, enabling seniors to age in place. I suggest modifying it for situations when the property owner is living in the ADU and renting the house. This is an important affordability strategy for seniors who have an ADU or want to add an ADU to their house and then live in the ADU and rent the house. So the language for renting ADUs, just expand it so that if the property owner is living in the ADU and renting the primary dwelling, that the lease for the primary dwelling be required to be a minimum of 12 months. I believe that that extension sort of retains the housing affordability, which is, I think, what was intended by adding the one-year requirement for the lease. And with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions. But thank you again for this opportunity.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions for Rupert while he's up here?
Rupert, would you have any color and context surrounding the conversation between Chairman Brady and Wayne regarding the unfinished?
Yeah, I wasn't involved in that conversation, so I really can't add to it. I just know that at the May 19 hearing, Mr. Brady said that he recommended this and he had this conversation with Wayne. So.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. Who's next? Yes, Ms. Scowcroft.
I do. Gail, G-A-I-L, Scowcroft, S-C-O-W-C-R-O-F-T. Okay, so we understand that there is a state law that we have to meet in some fashion. And I think hearing what Mr. Friday had to say, he had a couple of good recommendations. One of the issues with this and why people are not happy that this is before you tonight is because this has not been workshopped. You have not had an opportunity as a council to hear ideas and opinions from the public. And you did on May 14th agree to workshop any zoning change. And I think this is premature. We have not studied the impacts of these changes, and there may be other conditions besides having a 12-month lease that you'd like to add to this ordinance. And if you workshopped it, you may be able to have a stronger and better ADU ordinance. And It's very magnanimous of Mr. Durkin, who shouldn't even be talking about this topic, to propose a 12-month lease. But what happens when a group of students rents an ADU, signs a 12-month lease, and then sublets it for the summer? What are the regulations around those kinds of things? I mean, and there's lots of issues like that. What happens with parking? Where are people going to park? And my point is, and it's late and I'm tired and I could say a lot more if I wasn't exhausted, but I really think that you have very tenuous trust with your constituency as it stands right now, and I think you're all aware of that. And if you want to totally erode the trust, pass this tonight and then have more public outcry. I think you need to workshop this with the public, listen to the experts, listen to the residents, and go from there. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else have the energy to speak? Yes.
Yes. Elizabeth with a Z. Vranka, Vranka, 60 Central Street. So people talk about the state law and that we're doing this, making a lot of these changes to comply with state law. I would just say that in a lot of other states, states are mandating high-density housing with a one size fits all approach, and towns and villages are fighting back when it doesn't work for their towns, and that's happening in Massachusetts, it's happening in New York, because systems can be overburdened, whether it's a sewer system or a school system, but things are not taken into account, and it's responsibility of the town councils and local governments to really do what's best for their town. So I think that just saying because the state passed something, we don't just mindlessly try to follow the rules without thinking, how does this impact our town, and is there a way we can work with the state to do something that is right for Narragansett? I'd also say, I thought this ADU language was part of the report that was commented on by the planning board, where they rejected all 13 of the amendments. Something substantially like this, the ADU language was in there. And my understanding, as everyone else's was, when you withdrew the amendments, you were going to work with the planning board to come up with language. Think about how it impacts our town and what the best language would be, and that does not seem to have been done. So though you withdrew the document with 13 changes, you're persisting in trying to get them all passed piecemeal rather than in one go without consulting, it seems, with the planning board, which I believe was what you were going to do. And I'm a resident who doesn't have any investment property. I just own my house here and I live here. I understand there are a lot of competing interests in this town. Some people are investors, some people have rental properties, some people have a lot of rental properties. I'm just a resident. And we need to kind of find something that works for the whole town. But I think everybody can agree that the process should be the right process for this town. All the issues should be thought through. We should have the best wording in here to make sure that it's trying to accomplish what it's supposed to, and we don't have any bad effects like overburdening our sewer systems or not leading to affordable housing, which I think most of these don't lead to affordable housing. But I think we need to go through the process. And I urge you to step back from this and engage with the planning board and be thoughtful about how we're doing this rather than trying to get it, I guess, passed as soon as possible, which seems to be the goal here. And I guess I really just urge you to please work with the planning board, because I thought that was what you were going to be doing. And the process is important, and people have to feel like you're representing them and that there's integrity in the process. And yes, it is very late, and I hope that if the next time something like this comes up on the agenda, that you put this up sooner rather than later. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, gentleman in the back. I'm sorry, I can't see all the way in the back.
Yes, ma'am. I do. Joseph Volpe, Joseph, last name is Volpe, Volpe, 21 Harbor Island Road. I'd like to address briefly some of the comments made by residents. Specifically, I was surprised to hear testimony by a resident and a member of our planning board, not only the testimony, but the evidence submitted with pictures of two legally built homes because he felt a certain way or his neighbor called them trophy homes.
I just want to, for the record, just clarify that Mr. Friday was speaking as a resident, not as a member of the planning board.
I understand that.
Okay, thank you.
However, he is both. He is both. And it's important, especially after that young lady just spoke, because she wants to work with the planning board. So that's why I'm bringing it up. I've been following this ADU initiative for a couple years now. I've spoken in support of them. I think they provide housing opportunities and housing in general for both people that can afford to live in those properties because of those ADUs, as well as the small families and professionals that are going to be renting them. I've testified about some of the younger generation that can benefit from these units. I'm not going to repeat myself. The handy person, some of the firefighters. We spoke about the elderly, but tonight I want to focus on the youth. I want to focus on the people that are starting families that can now make this long shot of Narragansett a possibility, okay? One of the things in the ordinance, in the law, is that rental income can do just that. Squelching barriers, or you want to squelch this housing initiative that has real potential because your neighbor doesn't like it, or your neighbor said that they're trophy houses. I'm looking at the hours of testimony and data, case law that was brought up earlier tonight. It was like a TV show. And we're using pictures of houses that were legally done in order to squelch an initiative for housing. I don't feel it's right. I can tell you some of the houses aren't attractive. Maybe there can be different roof lines. That's just my design element coming to play. But there's nothing I can do unless I own the property. That's their property rights. Is anyone going around taking pictures of second homes, of houses that are sitting empty? There's a lot of second homes in this town. That number's going up. There's a lot of out-of-state people purchasing properties, and they're sitting empty. That would be a violation of your right? That would be ridiculous to do that. That's their right. So I don't understand the purview of taking pictures of legally built homes of people that have worked hard to do that. In addition to your neighbor not liking it, most of your testimony is agreeing that it's happening legally and there's nothing we can do. We've heard Wayne say people are coming in, and our first speaker, Dr. Alber, mentioned it. People are coming into town and they're knocking homes down and building them up, right? They have their right to do that. But I don't think we're improvising and adapting to what's happening. I feel like there's a lot of complaining. There's a lot of complaining what's happening legally. They didn't do anything against any variance. They didn't have to go through zoning. And your opinion of how that house should be used as evidence is wrong. Maybe they want to host family often from out of town. Maybe they want their family to grow in the future. Maybe they don't. Maybe they do want to rent it out. Maybe they do want to rent it out. I'm not saying that that's not a possibility. But it's just fundamentally wrong unless you own it, that you can tell people what they can do with it. Just last week, 5th best beach in New England, that came out. If you compare the taxes in Narragansett compared to Cape Cod, Montauk, the Hamptons, they're going to come. We shouldn't be surprised that the people are coming and they're doing this. While people were out taking pictures of legally built houses, I've spoken to the Coast Guard. I work in Middletown now, part-time at St. George's School. There's 200 now, and I think another 200 Coast Guard members coming to the Middletown area, and they're mandated to live within 30 minutes of Middletown. I've spoken often about the grad student program at URI, and that's how that's expanding. And Mr. Friday agreed with me that grad students need housing. These are really good candidates for housing. I think a U.S. Coast Guard member and a grad student, a small family looking to start in Narragansett, I think they're good tenants. And I think the person that is hustling, that bought a house years ago in a different town, that's finally got a little bit of equity, can come and find a property that has an apartment and get here. I ask you to do two things tonight, because this is difficult. I'm friends with Mr. Friday. I don't want to pick on specifically, but I think it's wrong. I think it's wrong to take pictures of houses and shame them for them doing what they're legally allowed to do. I think we can spend our time doing other things. I ask you to be a little bit more objective and measured when thinking about what these ADUs can provide, the housing they can provide. I'm not telling you what to do. I hear a lot of that. I hear a lot of people coming up here and telling you what to do. But just be a little bit more objective, open to what the purview of this law is doing. The housing, the potential for the younger families to earn income in order to live here, the housing for the professionals, the Coast Guard, the grad students, small families, and support this initiative, especially with the ADUs, and especially with the compromise in place, which I agree with, of 1 year. That is the compromise. We have to remember, in Narragansett, no one wants to go up, right? We can't go up, we can't go out, can't go up, we can't go out, and now there's a problem with going down. So if you can't go up, you can't go out, you can't go down, you can't go less than a year, why are we doing it? I think the lower levels are going to be critical to this initiative, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? Mr. Frandy?
Stephen Ferrandi, Stevenferrandi. Excuse me? Okay, go ahead. I do. Stephen Ferrandi, Stevenferrandi. I live at 45 Sylvan Road. Thank you, council members. I know it's late. I'll try to be as brief as I can. We've heard a lot tonight. I'm going to speak on each of them. The ADU, the bedrooms up to 5 with 5 persons, and the floor area ratio. So I'll start with the ADU. You know, this is, the ADU really, it's originally what I would say is the in-law apartment, only I believe the in-law apartment now is kind of off the game. I believe this replaces the in-law apartment. So it's like a modern day in-law apartment. Only thing, this is going to open up to not just in-laws, a lot of other people also. I guess that was the point determining it. So I can agree with some of it. I think that the issue of a one-year lease and not being a short-term rental is going to help. We might not lose as many to short-term rentals. We might get some more one-year leases. Could be vague on how they're attempted in the off-season, like it was mentioned tonight. But I think there's still some time to think it over, have your work session, and maybe some other good ideas can come about it. I think there might be a little consensus about a one-year lease. Maybe adding something in about the old in-law apartment. Maybe that could take some of it also. We won't lose as much to some rentals. So that's what I feel on the ADU. The floor area ratio, I believe that the sellers should stay in the FAR calculation. The state law specifically says basements. That's what it has to be. I mean, I know there's some sort of a misconception about what a basement is in the state law, but you know, my point is, and I know, Jim, you've been looking to have the whole thing, basement or cellar, out of the calculation. But you know, we have a state law, so that's what they passed. They passed the basement. If it wants to be changed, go up to the state law. You got about another month or so to get that changed and add cellars to it. That's what really needs to be done. That's what you want. I mean, I was at all of these hearings from before the ADU in the floor area ratio, and they got a lot of people that rented the property, mostly investors. Probably 200 people sent emails and everything, and most of them were landlords, and most of the people that wanted them there were for landlords. So they were able to build higher, bigger, and better, according to them, for investment. So, you know, I did a little survey and looked at it, and I looked at how many people that came there to speak in favor of the floor area ratio, and it was probably about 75% of the people that were named, that I had left their name, were on the state's and most of them the Narragansett short-term rental list. So that was strictly an investor throw-in. We've tried to make adjustments to the whole bulk zoning before. Some concessions were made. I don't think you should change on this one. It could be envisioned that the basement or the first floor, if it's low enough, if they dig a little bit down, it can be the raised ranch. You could maybe possibly get 3 complete stories above that, and the floor area ratio on the bottom would be discontinued. So I think you should leave the cellar, keep the cellar in the calculation. On the unrelated, up to 5, now I think this one is very clouded. The state had an unrelated law. It got changed. It could be no less than 3 unrelated, and it didn't have anything to do with a bedroom, and it was constitutionally vetted from the United States government in the Village of Belterre versus Boras decision. So here the state comes, and this one was the same thing. I looked at the people that came and wanted the up to 1 bedroom up to 5, and it was at least 75%, if not more. Investor-driven landlords, people that were in the rental community, rental agents, all that. So here's what happens with that. They've misconstrued it by relating bedroom. They put it by putting bedrooms in as unrelated. I think that's an issue with the federal law that considers the unrelated. Also, it did go to, we did prosecute some people on that, or fine them. They did go to court, and I think it's been settled now about the lawsuit, and I think it's been dropped. It might not, I believe I saw it in the public. So the first judge that came on that, Judge Lamphere, the zoning judge, stated that the ordinance was vague and unconstitutional. Oh my God, you think that judge would have committed a crime, severe crime? The Attorney General jumped right on it and said, the plaintiffs did not ask for that, but he ruled that way. So why did he rule for something that wasn't asked? So that kind of went out on a technicality. It's very difficult to get a judge to vacate, but the mere meaning that that judge thought that was unconstitutional and vague, tells me issues that the state's unrelated ordinance is not maybe under scrutiny. So just keep that in mind. We don't want to open up ourselves to talking about not any lawsuits and all that stuff. Maybe it does have something with the normal unrelated ordinance with the for a dwelling. We also have the 3 college student ones that said before that, that's the only one that's been constitutionally vetted from the state Supreme Court. Depending on who you ask, this council has never given any indication that they've enforced that. It started being enforced this fall in September, and there's one member here that was found in violation. It was James Durkin, and his particular house, when he was at the zoning board, it was told that they couldn't go forward with it. All of these student ordinances, 3 college student ordinances were being dropped. Why? I asked Steve Marsala, never got a reply. I asked Mr. Mark Davis, never got a reply. Mr. Callahan has been asked, and he hasn't been in public and given a reply. So either you want to do this ordinance or not. Don't let this 3 college student ordinance cloud the 1 per bedroom up to 5. You can use both. The Taft-Carter decision, the last time the town won, said they're 2 distinct ordinances. So I think there's a little more investigating that needs to go on with that, and it's a good ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Lawler.
So help me God, I do. Sure. Jill Lawler, Lawler, Sarasota Avenue. Good evening. I concur with many of the other speakers who suggest that next time a zoning ordinance comes before you for a public hearing, that you elevate the resident to the same type of respect that you gave to Prakashanti Group. I see you're nodding. Thank you so much. So today I want to talk about a few things, and maybe in a little different way than has been discussed so far tonight. But the first thing I want to point out is if you go to housingri.gov, that website, housingri.gov, the state has asked all the communities, towns and municipalities to self-report where they are on the ADU ordinance, right? And if you look at that, you'll see a variation. It's interesting, some even are blank, having submitted nothing. One is Warwick, which is where I believe the Speaker of the House lives and represents. There's nothing there. So as far as what a couple members from the audience have asked in the past, why is this moving so quickly? I have to think that the other municipalities that are leaving things blank or not all the way done are taking the time needed to be able to make the recommendations best for their communities. So I hope that you do that tonight. And as far as that goes, what I have in front of me are questions that I've come up with that I think would be answered if you do have a workshop, which you should. It sounded very much like the president last week was trying to come to a consensus and say, does the council believe that we should workshop? I hope that you do come to that conclusion because you did promise us that was what you would do. And I remember when Councilor Colonnese brought that up and said that he was going to open the public hearing and he intended, when the public hearing closed, to make a motion. There was a round of applause out here because we felt heard, that people wanted to be able to have the town council listen to our concerns and be heard. So I hope at the end tonight you make the same recommendation, go ahead and workshop, because there's a lot to think about. So the first thing I want to talk about is our water. Where does Narragansett get our water from? Not from Narragansett. We do not have a source for water. We buy our water from South Kingstown and North Kingstown. Now, why is that important? It's important because South Kingstown has already told us through URI that the university is building dorms. They're even talking about building a medical school. So what does that mean? More water use. How about North Kingstown? Well, North Kingstown announced something very exciting last week. They announced that they will be initiating 500 units to be built for housing. 500. That's great for them. How does that work for us? Will they still have the water to be able to sell to our town? So here are some questions after just having those two bits to talk about. Have you asked the town manager to speak with the town engineer and the DPW director to find out if we will still be able to buy the current amount of water from South Kingstown and North Kingstown as our supply we need right now? Not to mention what's going to happen potentially with the ADUs, as well as all the other types of building that you're looking at for the town. So number one, can we still have the same amount, knowing that you're increasing your housing supply, and will you be able to give us some more? Next, has the town manager and the town engineer, have they made the actual inquiries with those departments? Have they sat down and had those conversations so that we can make sure that these conversations have existed? What type of discussions has a town manager and a town engineer had to determine that our capacity for both water and sewer will be met if we add on the ADUs as well as all the other type of building that you're looking at doing? What type of assessment has been made by the DPW director and the town engineer on our existing infrastructure? And what is the cost estimated to expand in order to handle the additional build out that you're talking about? Mr. Brady mentioned this at one of his planning board meetings, and to his knowledge and to my knowledge, and nothing was brought up at the planning board meeting, that any of these questions were asked. Vitally important. How much is it going to cost, and what are our current infrastructure? Anybody who lives in the south end of town noticed probably this week that there was a water main breakout by Aunt Carrie's. That happens quite often, north end of the town as well. So if our current infrastructure can't handle what we have right now, how the heck is it going to handle when you add on, by right, all these different types of housing units you're looking at? So by right, let's talk about the ADUs by right. If you take a look at what the ordinance is, there are three ways that you can have an ADU by right. The first one is a reasonable accommodation for family. The second one is if you have a 20,000 square foot lot, and the third being an existing primary structure with a footprint of an existing attached or detached structure. So those are the three things you can do. If you take further look at what the state law for the ADU says, specifically in section for design structure, number 2 and then 3 small i's, it states the following. For all ADU applicants, and the tail end of the statement is really what I want to talk about, but I want to read the whole thing so that you don't think I'm just taking out certain portions. For all ADU applications, a municipality shall not require infrastructure improvements in certain connection with an ADU, including but not limited to separate water or sewer lines or expanded septic capacity, unless such improvements and/or modifications are required by the state for compliance under state law or regulation to comply with the building code requirements or to address capacity or upgrades necessary to accommodate the ADUs. Again, address the capacity to upgrade necessary to accommodate the ADUs. How are you going to know right now what we need for capacity to accommodate the ADUs? Nobody here knows what will happen come June 16. That would be the second vote for this ordinance, and that means the next morning, June 17, how long will the line be around the building for people to apply for these ADUs? We have, 9,000 dwellings in town? How many hundreds or thousands are going to say, I want one by right? And then how much water, how much sewer do we have in order to accommodate that? So add on the by right. What does that mean for the existing capacity we have right now? Including the affordable housing that people applauded for tonight. Will you be able to have the capacity for water and sewer to have other types of buildings and other types of developments that this town drastically needs, including affordable housing? So if you're going to add the ADUs right now, I do applaud Mr. Durkin saying that you want to have it be a year-round, but let's talk about it. There's only a few of us here. We're all good friends. We can talk about what's really going to happen if an ADU is told to be year-round occupancy. What are the roundabouts? How are people going to get around that? Because that's what people are going to do. Let's face it. So we have no ordinance right now, or no mechanism right now to check on that. So you're going to say, okay, in the ordinance, in this town law, it has to be occupied annually. You have to have a year-round lease. So the roundabouts that would be then for, okay, well, maybe there are some good people in this town that have a house that's too big for themselves. Maybe they want to build on an ADU, move to that ADU themselves, and then rent out the house that they're living in to a family, and that would be great. I mean, that would be one of the things that we would need to increase families and year-round living in the town. But that's just kind of too easy, right? Because someone pointed it out tonight, I think it was Mr. Frandy, that it's not going to be good enough to be able to have an ordinance to say that, no, I'm sorry, it was Mr. Donfrillo, because he asked Mr. Callahan, who was kind to answer, what would happen if you were found to be breaking the ordinance, to not having a year-round, having someone sublet it out? And the answer was it would go in front of the municipal court and you'd be fined $500 a day. But we have seen time and time again that the municipal court judge knocks down the fees. So why not do the following? Because I think it would be something that sounds like this council wants to do, and good for you, to make it more year-round housing, make it deed restrictions. If we would go ahead and say to the property where we're putting an ADU, that we're going to put a deed restriction on that property so that it can only be year-round, both on the short-term, on the ADU, as well as the existing dwelling, that will be a way to ensure that we have more of a year-round population. And again, this is all things that you can work on when you do a workshop. Additionally to that, this has been brought up before, and I know it's one of the things that I would have loved to work on, had I been in your seat right now. What type of tax incentives can we give to people who would be good enough to go ahead and have year-round housing, either in the ADU or in the larger home that they have? So to kind of close up on that, I think that if you were to ask anybody in this room, including yourselves, do you know of any family who would benefit from this, who would benefit from maybe an older couple, maybe a single older person who doesn't need the house that they have anymore, the size? They can go ahead and put an ADU, move into that ADU, and rent out the other portion of their house that they desperately need for money for fines. How many of us know people that would jump at the opportunity to be that lucky family for that house? I mean, I know, Alex, you're on the school committee. Jason, you have kids in schools. Donna, you have your grandkid in schools. I'm sure that you know many families who would jump at this. So be the council that brings them year-round housing. Be the council that's going to want to listen and workshop to come up with more ideas such as this. The last thing I want to bring up, and I promise will be the last because look, it's 11:15 at night, and I'm sure you're going to want to extend the meeting, is about the planning board report itself. I am a big fan of the planning board. I've already advocated for you to reappoint Mr. Brady when his time comes up in November, but I have to tell you, I don't think that this planning board did their best job on this ordinance, particular ADU. And the reason I'm saying that to you is there's no need to push this through because it's what the planning board worked with for a year and gave it to you. They missed a couple big things. One thing you tried to correct tonight with the 12 months, again, I think a deed restriction is going to be much more, telling to the town, and we will be able to know that a town council in the future won't be able to come in and have an executive session and have come to a consensus and say, let's just not enforce that. Let's just not enforce it. That won't happen. But again, I just lost my train of thought. I'm so sorry. Oh, yes, I know that this wasn't the planning board's best job. They also forgot one other thing that has not been mentioned yet tonight. It's the parking. That part of the state requirement is to have one off-street parking space per bedroom. How is that going to be accommodated here? How do you have, the ability to do that? So in closing, you have more questions than answers. So do yourselves a favor, do us a favor, have answers to these vitally important questions before you go ahead and just make a vote. What's it going to hurt to have a workshop? You can always vote in the future a different way, but don't you like to always have information in front of you to answer questions before you make a vote? I mean, I know I do. That's how I run my personal life and business. And I'm sure the 5 of you do as well. So all I'm asking you to do, take your foot off the gas, put it on the brake, go ahead, have a public workshop, take the time, because we haven't had a public workshop on this, put it on your list, and do the right thing for the town. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else who hasn't spoken yet? Yes, sir, over here on the left.
Kevin McKenna, 31 Pleasant Avenue, Kevin. Oh, okay, sure. I'm sorry. It's getting kind of late. I mean, maybe my hearing aid batteries are wearing. Yes, I do. Kevin McKenna, Kevin McKenna. It's getting kind of late. I want to start off on a positive note. I commend the council for requiring year-long rentals for ADUs. Thank you. However, tonight, I request a new requirement for ADUs in Narragansett. The proposed ADU ordinance should require owners to live on-site in either the primary residence or the ADU for 3 months or possibly 4 months. That could be determined at a later point in time during a workshop. This owner occupancy rule will help ensure neighborhood stability and prevent absentee landlords from increasing their footholds in this town. Narragansett Home Rule Charter should enable our town to require some type of on-site residency requirement for ADUs. We keep on hearing about state rules, state laws. Well, I was always taught that an unjust law is not binding. If something is not reasonable that the state is asking of us, we have the ability to challenge that and then improve it so it will meet the needs of our residents in Narragansett. You've already done that by making a small change in terms of year-round, year-long rentals for the ADUs themselves. I believe that failure to provide occupancy requirements for ADUs will increase investor-built dormitories, drive up housing prices in town, and reduce the availability of properties that could be used for affordable housing. Please continue to edit this ADU ordinance before voting on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay. So it's late. And
Alex, sorry.
Oh, yes.
Could you just extend the meeting?
Oh, yes. Is there a motion to extend, actually, well, can I take a quick 2-minute restroom break? Is that possible? I don't want to make anyone upset that's already here. I really need to use the restroom.
You have permission.
Thank you. 2-minute.
Motion to extend the meeting to the necessary time.
Is somebody going to move that motion?
I said it.
You moved.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. I'll take a quick 2-minute recess, I promise. Thank you. All right, thank you. And I just want to, we just made a motion to continue until, for the duration of this meeting. And I just want to double check, nobody else wanted to speak. Any final thoughts? Okay. So based on our previous solicitor's recommendation, we would close the meeting and then develop a consensus as to what we want to do. So is there a motion to close the public hearing?
Motion
At
to close.
10:58. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. And then I realize that, of course, now that item is on as F1, so we wouldn't discuss any further action until we get to that agenda item. Is that correct?
Right, that makes sense.
Okay, thank you. So then on to agenda item E1. Is there a motion to approve the job description for the GIS Specialist Senior Planner in the Community Development Department? Come on, guys.
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second?
Any discussion?
Is this a new position, Jim, or is this just some clarification, or?
This was budgeted for this current fiscal year as a full position for GIS, and there was a need for additional staffing and planning. So since it's the first time we'd have a person dedicated to GIS during the period of developing the budget and trying to write the job description, we came with like a hybrid position where it's there were two positions originally proposed. It's one position in community development, handling the GIS and doing the senior planner work as well. There's more of it needed these days, and we'll see the need, whether we need to go full-time for GIS, probably in another year. But
So
two positions combined are good.
So then, there's one position here, and then the next agenda item is another position.
No, one is the job description, approval of the job description. Because even though it was budgeted for this current fiscal year, we were having difficulty, one, recruiting someone for a position at like a 20-hour person. We had difficulty recruiting someone for that. And we took the job of the GIS position and combined it with the senior planner to make it one position in community development. But their work will be divided between those two positions, GIS and senior planner.
So the community development department right now is the Jill and the, I don't know their names actually, but I think it's a boy and a girl. Right?
Amanda and Ryan are in there, yes.
Right. So is there another person coming in, or are one of those people going to be classified as this person?
We'll be bringing another person in.
Another whole person?
Primarily, most of the work will be the GIS work, which affects many of the departments, everything from engineering, police, fire, sewer, water,
So those
clerks. There's so many layers with the GIS systems.
Right. So those two people don't know how, they don't know how to do that, or they're not capable of doing that, or how does that work?
Well, like Ryan has some abilities to do that. I don't want to get into too much of personnel discussions.
Yeah.
But the position is clearly needed. It is currently.
So they won't be going into that position, I guess I'm asking. It's another whole person that you have to advertise for.
We haven't hired anyone yet, so I really don't know.
Yeah.
First, we have to get the description approved. Like I said, it was budgeted in the current budget, and it is also included in the 26 budget as well.
Any other questions, comments, Mr. Durkin?
Nope.
Okay. Anyone else have any questions, comments? Anyone from the public? Seeing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Next, on to item E2. Is there a motion to approve the filling of one GIS specialist senior planner in the Community Development Department?
So moved.
Second.
Discussion. Anyone have any questions or comments? Anyone from the public? Seeing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Next, this is in regards to the public hearing that was discussed this evening. Is there a motion to introduce, read, pass, and accept as a first reading an ordinance and amendment of Appendix A of the Code of Ordinances of the Town of Narragansett, Rhode Island, entitled Zoning, specifically amendments related to the 2024 General Assembly legislative session?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion?
So coming out of that public hearing, just kind of hearing public feedback, certainly. But what I heard from Mr. Friday kind of stuck with me in that I would support adding unfinished to the cellar component of the ordinance. That is my personal feeling.
Was it, sorry, I just want to clarify what was referenced, unfinished cellar?
Unfinished cellar. Basements are struck, cellar remains, but that would be amended to unfinished cellars be exempted from FAR.
Okay. Councilor Colonies, any thoughts? I'm sorry, was that it?
That was my only change to that.
Thank you.
As I said previously, I am in favor of it as written.
Okay, thank you. All right, Councilor Durkin, any thoughts?
Well, I'm all set.
Okay, thank you. Oops. Councilor Vignali.
I just, I'm all set also, but I also would like to say that I think, you know, if we were to pass this tonight, we took great steps towards increasing housing and affordable housing here in Narragansett, and I think that that's really what I would like to see. I think Mr. Alba said that I'm taking care of my family. Well, I believe my family is taking care of me, and that's because, and I would like to see that for other people also, and I think that having the ADUs would actually really help that. I think we can make strong policies, continue to make strong policies with, you know, intentional safeguards and to create growth within Narragansett. So, yeah, I'm okay.
And you're good with it as written?
As it's written.
Okay. It seems like we have a consensus. I do agree with Councilor Torialde on the proposal of adding unfinished cellars. But again, it seems like that we have a consensus. And this is the first reading to accept as written. And we've heard from the feedback from everyone here this evening. So with that.
Let me just.
Yep.
So one of the biggest things is that the building inspector has to determine if a basement is finished or unfinished. Which is a big ask, I think, you know, especially, I mean, it would really require them to actually go to the site physically. So would it be better to say, you know, because like you just think about a raised ranch, what people do with raised ranches and stuff, they'll put a bedroom down there and it'll be all by itself. And then the rest of the place is like a pool room and a washer and dryer area. And the studs are still, you know, you can see the studs, you can see the insulation. You can picture what I'm saying. It's like, it's a partially finished basement. So what is he gonna do? How is that gonna be, you know, treated? Because people aren't really using it as a finished space. They're using it as a convenience, you know? So would you guys consider partially finished instead of unfinished?
Well,
just to make it easier.
No, I understand what the intent
You know what I
is.
mean?
I'm just not sure how I would identify partiality.
Well, I think it'd be
You know,
easier
I think it's
to
either one or
identify
not.
partially than
Yeah.
unfinished or finished. It would be like I don't know, I just think I just feel like basements in Narragansett are not really great spots to to live in, you know, because the water tables are high. I mean, there's some areas in town where, you know, you have a dry basement, but it's very far.
I mean, one way or another, I think that it's clear that when we address the issue, because if it is the council's intention to address FAR, again, that this definitely be up for consideration for either amendment or reconsideration of, you know,
Well,
just to
further
look
talk,
at it.
Yeah.
And, you know, I just highly recommend, you know, just of all aspects of related to FAR, that I think there were a lot of great suggestions that were brought up that, you know, could contribute to greater clarity. And when it comes to enacting and enforcement, our ordinances, you know, the one thing that we knew, or at least I can speak from my own perspective, was that the clarity of our ordinances is something that definitely needs worked on and addressing. And, you know, the planning board, when they brought this to us, actually, I think it was like one of the first public hearings that was actually put on our docket as a newly elected town council. And, you know, we could have just voted right at that time. You know, we didn't even have a crowd, this wasn't even on anyone's radar, but we took the time to, you know, look at it, amend it, and address it. And could it be improved? Absolutely. You know, and I hope that this council will work with the residents in the future, as I know we all will, to workshop these in the future and make these, you know, make it more palatable. So that's just where I'm coming from, and that's just really was my only comment to the unfinished bit. So it sounds like there's consensus that's been developed on this. So with that being the first reading and the public having said their testimony, all those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? I oppose the first reading. Councilor Torrealde?
I'll abstain.
On what grounds? Does he have to establish what grounds or no? Okay. One abstention, motion passes 3-1-1. And that will conclude that agenda item. Is there a motion to receive, accept, and place on file the Middlebridge Conservation Land Management Plan?
So moved.
Second. Any discussion? Anyone from the public? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. On to item F3. Is there a motion to accept Resilience Technical Assistance from Rhode Island Division of Statewide Planning, RIDSP, at no cost to the town, and authorize the town manager to sign all the necessary documentation after review by the town solicitor?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion?
I think it's a great thing. Good program.
What I also think, sorry.
I'm done.
What I also thought was a big key here was at no cost.
Right.
So I think we're all in agreement on that. Anyone over here have any questions, comments? Anyone from the public? There's no one left. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. On to the Parks and Rec Department. Is there a motion to approve the request from the Narrow River Preservation Association, NRPA, to enter into a 3-year lease agreement at a cost of $1,500 per year to store items and equipment at the Marina Building at 95D Middlebridge Road, Narragansett, Rhode Island, and authorize the town manager to sign the agreement after review by the town solicitor?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Discussion. It's my understanding, I did have an opportunity to speak with Mr. Fleming, actually, on this particular item, and maybe you guys actually could even speak
Land trust.
to it better. But that this was a generally agreed upon stipulation between both parties, you know, we love the Narrow River Preservation Association. We had the honor of listening to them at previous town council meetings, and to hear from them and to see the incredible work and advocacy that they're doing. I'm really happy to see that they're, we have a place for them, and that, they can set up shop, and we can continue to support their initiatives. So, do you guys have anything to add?
Nope, I think this is a mutually beneficial agreement.
Awesome. Anyone from the public? Seeing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. On to the town manager. Is there a motion to read, pass, and adopt as a second reading the appropriation ordinance for the 2025-2026 fiscal year?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Durkin, seconded by Vignali. Any final thoughts or comments? Anyone from the public? Again, final thoughts. Really appreciate all the hard work from our department heads and our finance director. Been an absolute treat throughout this whole process, and really appreciated your collaboration with the town council, the town manager as well. We learned a lot from you and from each other, and we really appreciate all of the time and energy and efforts that have gone into it, so thank you. So with that being said, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Next, and finally, on to the town clerk. Is there a motion to appoint or reappoint 4 individuals to the Conservation Commission Tree Board for a 3-year term set to expire on April 30th, 2028?
So moved.
Second.
Discussion.
I'd like to recommend reappointing the 3 members that want to be reappointed, and also recommend appointing Azure Sigler to it. Azure works with the ORI and marine life, aquaculture. She's pretty crazy human, not crazy, amazing human being.
In a great way, I'm sure.
In a great way. Second.
Hold on. I'm sorry. Can you just, for the record and for anyone that may not have access to this, just read aloud who it is that you're planning on reappointing?
Polly Penderson, Brian, I believe it's Grieve, John DePani. DePani, and Azure Sigler.
Okay.
So if I could, I would like to make the recommendation to appoint Jean Eman. I believe I'm saying that correctly. I spoke to her today. She is, I got to meet her. She's someone who's on the South Kingstown Senior, and I spoke with her today. She's very interested in being a part of this committee. I would like to put her up also. So I know we have 5 now. But I would make the recommendation that we do Brian, Jean Azur, and Polly Peterson. And basically, I'm making that recommendation based on some of the things that I read, and I know that, as far as attendance goes, there was one member who was not present for like 10 meetings within his term, and so I just thought it'd be great to have someone new and on the board.
Good points. So there's 2 different proposals on the table from Councilors Vignali and Colonies. Councilor Durkin, any thoughts?
No.
Okay.
Alex, sorry to interrupt. I think that
Do you need these individually?
just the 3 requesting reappointment, their terms are up. So unless there's nobody who's applying, so I think you can only do.
So thank you.
Right, and thank
so
you.
So 2 automatically. Okay. So the 2 automatically
Go on.
are
That's
the
correct.
2
I forgot that.
individuals that Councilors Vignali and Colonies have already brought forth. So that was, sorry, just one more time for the record.
So it was Azur Siegler and Jean Edmund. It's EHMA, and I don't know.
Azure Siegler and
I don't know if I'm saying her name.
Jean Eman.
Eman?
Yep.
Eman.
So let's make can we split this into 2 just to be easier? Okay. So is there there's a motion to appoint both Azure and Jean to the Conservation Commission Tree Board for a 3-year term set to expire on April 30th, 2028. Any discussion? Anyone from the public? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. And then on to the reappointments. There are 3 candidates that are currently seeking reappointment. As Councilor Vignali has alluded, one of those appointments, or one of those individuals seeking reappointment has an attendance record that is less than satisfactory for reappointment. And with that, so Councilor Vignali was recommending Polly Peterson and
Brian Grieve.
Brian Grieve, thank you. So is there a motion to reappoint those 2 individuals to the Conservation Commission Tree Board for a 3-year term set to expire on April 30th, 2028?
So moved. Second.
Discussion, any final thoughts? Anyone from the public? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. On to item I2. Is there a motion to appoint an individual to the Library Board of Trustees for a term expiring on April 1st, 2027?
So moved.
It says October, right?
What did I just say?
I think you said April.
Oh, October 1st, 2027. Sorry, thank you.
So moved.
Second, yeah.
So moved by Vignali, seconded by Colonies. Any nominations?
Again, I would like to nominate Steve Bucci. He's a writer and a publisher, national columnist. I know I spoke to members of the current library board. They said that he is very interested in being on the board. He's available. He's very happy that the meetings are during the day. So I would like to recommend him.
Excellent. Anyone else have? Yep.
No, not necessarily a nomination. Do we know if there's a preference from Mr. Bucci on whether he wants to be on library or pension?
As I have communicated with Mr. Bucci, he just wants something available during the day. And since both meet during the day, he would be happy to serve in both capacities or one or the other. And he is eligible to serve on both the library and pension.
Got it. Okay.
So, and anyone else? Yep, I agree with the nomination for Steve Bucci. Met him on a number of occasions and was very impressed with his resume, as Councilor Vignali has alluded to already. So anyone from the public? Seeing none, all those in favor to appoint Steve Bucci to the Library Board of Trustees for a term expiring on October 1st, 2027.
So moved.
Second.
No, that we already did that.
We did that.
I was just-
All in favor.
I was
all in
I was like saying all in favor.
Alex, it's late at
Sorry.
night.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Finally, is there a motion to appoint an individual to the pension board for a term set to expire on November 3rd, 2026?
So moved.
Second.
Discussion, any nominees?
So again, I would like to recommend that we table this appointment for now and make a request to those. Unfortunately, there's probably not a lot of people watching right now, but to just table this and just ask people out there to apply. Go online, look at the boards. We're always looking for new ideas. We're looking for new people, new suggestions to sit on our boards. And I think it would be great to have people go onto the website. It explains all about the boards, when they meet, the members. The application is available. And I would highly recommend any, younger people or anyone who's interested in getting to know more about the town and its workings and how we work. And you make recommendations to the council, and we're always looking for new ideas. So, that's what would be my recommendation.
Yeah, I have no problem with tabling it because we currently have a non-voter. We just appointed the one person that wasn't on the committee and then a person already on a committee on here. So I think that's a good idea.
I just have a question for Sarah. Are there any, drawbacks if this was to be tabled or continued to a later time?
correct?
I did post in the news flash, and I think we only got 1 or 2 applications when I did that. But just in general, since we're talking about the need of applications, we desperately need applications for the Historical Cemetery Commission. We have 1 member. They can't meet, and we repeatedly get questions about rundown historical cemeteries in town.
Perfect.
Please apply.
Please apply.
So, let me ask, so did I hear you right that Steve Bucci applied for both boards and would like to sit on both boards because they're both during the day? Because I know Steve Bucci's good with numbers.
I can't speak for Steve directly.
Oh, I thought you did.
No, I did speak with him, and I know that he would be happy to serve in both capacities, but would respect whatever decision this council makes, so.
Yeah.
I mean, I have no problem appointing someone. I just thought that, because we had just
I
appointed
know.
somebody, him to a board, I
Yeah.
just thought that it would make really, a great time to make our pitch that we would really love the public.
Yeah, either way. I
don't-
That's fine.
Sounds
So
like he
unfortunately, it's late, and there's probably not a heck of a lot of people out there, but if you're listening,
So if you're willing, if
But we
you,
can get it on social media, right? And
Yeah.
on our town page and ask for stuff.
and definitely nothing more appealing than working in the Historical Cemetery Commission. I'm just saying, that sounds very interesting, and if anyone wants to learn about their local history, it might be a really great way to do so. So if we're motioning to table it or continue it, how would we say it, actually? How would we do that? Just want to make sure we're doing this right. Table it with a date uncertain? Okay. Yeah, so there's a motion to
moved.
table it. Thank you. Second? Is there a
Second.
second? Thank you. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Is there a motion to adjourn at 11:25 PM?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any